Yeah.
Starting already, but at least let the partners really start so that we don't waste time.
Now?
Yeah. So Shane said just tell him to announce for the partners areas and we'll play them.
Oh, okay. But before that, should we tell everyone to settle down or something?
बोल दो एक बार बोल दो and then you select partner area.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are starting the event in few minutes, but before that, we'd like to thank our partners, powered by Partner Z Entertainment, Extraordinary Together, and Gold Partner Times Network. Can we have the partner audiovisual on the big screen, please?
एक नया युग आ रहा है। Guys, this is a new assignment.
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने तुम्हें घेर लिया है। कोई
प्लान बी नहीं, प्लान जेड तक है हमारे पास।
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and uncompromised. My stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News Hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries, making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas. Discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News Hour Agenda with me, Madhudas Gopalakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
And now we begin. Happy to see some familiar faces, happy to see the stalwarts of the industry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us at the unveiling of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025. My name is Dheeraj Juneja and I'm your host for the evening. And as you probably are aware, the Pitch Madison Advertising Report brought out by the Exchange for Media Group and Madison Media is the most awaited report on predictions of ad spends in the media and advertising industry. Over the years, it has become a benchmark in the industry and is often quoted in the media presentations, company reports, corporate boardrooms, and even documents filled by the media companies. This report tracks and analyzes how and money was spent last year and projects the future growth. It aims to understand the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for marketeers and various mediums including print, TV, radio, OOH, digital and cinema. Before we move further, we have a special video message from our very own Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and E4 Group.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the 23rd edition of the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook 2025. We've done a digital advertising outlook. There are very large players who've done their numbers, but the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook is the most sought after insights, data, numbers into this industry's future that everyone looks at. So today we are going to unveil that. I'm not at a liberty to share the numbers, but I can only say, and that's not breaking news, that digital is growing. I leave it to the team from Madison, Mr. Sam Balsara, Mr. Vikram Sakuja, to be able to take you through that. But I can only say that advertising is in the throes of change. Digital is becoming mainstream. However, print is still very large. Outdoor continues to be dominant. Radio is becoming digital audio broadcasting. So, yes, a lot has changed, but some of it has stayed the same. The mainstay in terms of advertising players is FMCG is still very large. The funded startup players are not as large as they were earlier. I'll leave the rest to Sam and his team. So thank you for being here, and let's talk after the report. Thank you. Bye.
Mr. Batra could make it to the event. The Delhi weather is slightly, it's still cold in Delhi. I was there day before yesterday. It was very cold, and look at the Mumbai weather. It's really sunny and shiny here. But sharing some stats and numbers now. In 2023, ad expenditure grew by just 10%, falling short of the projected 16% and significantly lower than 2022's 21% growth. Now, this is surprising given India's 7.3% GDP growth and global optimism about the Indian market. While not statistically proven, ADEX has historically shown a loose correlation with the GDP growth. However, despite a strong economy, 2023 saw the lowest ADEX growth in 6 years, barring the COVID slump. Now let's see what this year holds for us. Also, I request you to join in our conversation on Twitter and Facebook using the hashtag PMAR2025 to begin with. I repeat, hashtag PMAR, that's Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025. Now to begin with, may I invite Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media, to say a few words.
Thank you, Dheeraj, and welcome to all of you to this 23rd edition of the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook. That's almost a quarter of a century. The world, the advertising world, the media industry has come a long way. Sam would remember the first few events to release the Pitch Madison Advertising Outlook were organized in Delhi at the Nico Hotel near Janpath. I don't see, Sam is there, yeah. At the poolside, Sam. And, 2003, 23 years back, I just, tried to dig out some numbers from that time. And as you can see, the ad industry was, of course, much smaller. The ad industry grew 12% in 2003. And as you can imagine, the overall size of the industry was much smaller. It was only 8,000 crores. TV, digital were almost 90% of the entire media business. Television alone was 44%, 45%, and so on. The year before, the ADEX had grown by 4.3%. TV, as I said, was 45%. And if you look at this, dailies were growing at 18%. Newspapers are back. We were just discussing that, arguably showing good growth in the last year or so. And if you look at the last line of the report, it also mentioned ADEX on internet. You know, the terms online spends, digital spends was yet to be coined, and it was just given a generic term. The number, as you can see, would be a rounding off error for many of the large media companies today. Now, cut to today, what's happening? You know, FICCI, EY released their report last year. India, as many of us know, is expected to have almost 1 billion active screens by 2030, out of which 240 million will be large screens, TV and, you know, connected television, laptop, PC, etc., while the remaining obviously will be small screens. That, of course, is making a huge shift in terms of how content consumption is happening. Pay TV, free TV, connected TV, all of them are equally split and garnering audience attention. Connected TV, pay TV, free TV, each will be around 60 to 80 million. That's the broad ballpark number. And the 3:1 ratio in favor of the small screen also means the rise of, you know, spends on things like social commerce, short video formats, retail media that has, you know, come up really big in the last 3-4 years, and obviously, gaming has become big. And, I just dug out a few numbers from, you know, the annual reports of the large media companies. And as you can see, you know, this last year has been a year of shift and change in the media advertising business. And as the economy faces headwinds and digital growth story continues, there is also a significant shift in how earning of ad revenues of media companies is changing. As you can see from this slide, most of the growth is concentrated with the large technology platform. And while we all know, you know, Google, Meta, retail media stories really well, if you look at the, you know, last column in the slide, it talks about Q-commerce and many others like the Paytms and the, you know, phone pays of the world, who have galloped in the last 3 years, and combined ad revenues have touched almost 5,000 crores. Now that's a significant number, more than 2 times the, you know, entire television broadcast industry. So that's the, you know, shift that, you know, we are talking about. Many themes have been discussed and spoken at, you know, fora like today, and many revolve around how technology and AI are changing the, you know, face of marketing. And in this process, advertising businesses and media companies are also obviously having to reshape their, you know, narratives. While the Pitch Madison report focuses mainly on ad expenditure across various media formats, this ADEX is naturally a result of changing client spending patterns, which in turn is driven by fast changing consumer behavior. 2023 was a year when, you know, we can say television ADEX degrew in a normal year, and by normal year I mean an year outside COVID, outside the, you know, any global financial crisis. And a result of that, you know, we've seen a lot of consolidation happening in media. Digital, we all know, is already consolidated in the favor of 2 large players. 2024 was also a momentous year in that sense. We also saw the consolidation of sports and TV businesses, which means, sports inventory, 80-90% of marquee sports inventory will now be with a single company. What does that mean for the, you know, sports and hence the ADEX ecosystem? IPL, rough ballpark, 5,000 to 6,000 crores would be around 5% of ADEX. IPL ad rates from, you know, what marketers tell E4M are already up by 60 to 70%. I'm told recent ODI England CPM for mobile was 450 rupees as compared to, you know, 138 last year on IPL. So that's a significant jump. CTV rates, I'm told, are already up by 4 to 5 times, 3 to 4 times rather. So what happens, you know, as this trajectory of consolidation continues? Will 2025 be the year when ADEX rises on the back of significant price increase instead of, you know, volume growth, which a trend that has been happening in the last few years, but will that really come full circle? So that's, you know, 2025. In the meanwhile, marketers are also playing catch up with their ever-changing consumer behavior, and today's agenda tries to capture many of these facets, from the evolution of TV screen, which Mr. Harit Nagpal will speak about, to kick-starting the economy through advertising, Mr. Fairwani will talk about, and the smart choice on CTV, which Satya Raghavan from Google India will take up. We also have sessions on FTA and pay TV, and also around, what happens, what about standardization of viewability in digital. Measurement of TV and digital has been a, very big topic of debate for the last few years. And then we also come to, what media audit companies are doing. We have Meenakshi Menon here, who now runs a new age app called Gen S Life, the app for 60 plus life, and I'm told media audit services are not available on this app. We also have then Gauravjeet and Vikram talking about how AI is changing marketing and the face of business. So today's sessions really try and capture all that is, leading to this tectonic shift in the marketing and advertising space. 2024, I presume, was the year when many of us in the room also missed our, annual targets. Like Dheeraj said, 16% was the projected growth, and we ended up with 10%. 2023, rather not 2024. In 2024, the ad growth projection was 12%, and without revealing figures, which Sam will share soon, the overall sense of the economy tells us we didn't get there most likely. Will 2025 be any better? Mr. Sam Balsara, my ask of you is that, for many people in this room who might have, missed their annual bonuses last 2 years, this year to be a little more reasonable on numbers, so that at least we can all, get to the numbers that you project for the year. So with you, I'm looking forward to all the sessions today and a day of learning. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Sam, for partnering with E4M 23rd year in running, and hopefully we'll be celebrating our silver jubilee anniversary of the report very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahuja, for sharing the overview of the entire event. But I'm still stuck on one of the stats he shared, which was IPL ad rates up by 60 to 70% already. I'm an IPL host with the broadcasters. I can do better negotiations this time. Thank you for sharing that. But ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to listen to the man. For very few people in this country, we say, bas naam hi kafi hai, the man needs no introduction, the name is enough. Aur inke liye bilkul sahi jata hai. He is recognized as one of the most influential persons in the media and entertainment industry, and continues to lead Medicine as the largest independent media agency in the country, with more than 30 years at the forefront of the media and advertising industry. Mr. Sam Balsara, everyone, Chairman of Madison World, an ocean of knowledge and insights that very few in this industry have. May I invite you, Mr. Sam, to share with us the key highlights from the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you all once again to the launch of the Pitch Madison Advertising Report. Hopefully, it is your essential guide to the ever-evolving world of media in India. I hope you find the insights invaluable and the discussions ahead, which we have lined up for you, both engaging and thought-provoking. The Indian advertising industry continues to surprise us in 2024. Market dynamics, shifting consumer behavior, and economic factors have led, unfortunately, to a more tepid growth. If you take traditional ADEX alone, the growth has been even more dismal at 6%. Traditional ADEX's growth has slowed from 14% in 22 to 7% in 23, and now 6% in 24. Digital ADEX has slowed down from 35% in 22 to 15% in 23, and 14% in 24. ADEX in 24 grew by just 9%. In absolute terms, the Indian advertising market crossed the milestone 1 lakh crores and is now valued at 1.08 lakh crores, adding revenue of 8,900 crores. Indian ADEX in the last 6 years has grown at a CAGR of 10%. In hindsight, several key factors have contributed to subdued growth of ADEX. Food inflation continued to play spoilsport for all sectors, but perhaps more for FMCG. Many companies, especially startups and SMEs, face tighter cash flows, leading to a cut in marketing and advertising spends. Anticipation of weak festival demand during Diwali made advertisers go slow on increased spending during the festival. The slow growth of advertising, with only a 9% increase in 2024, is strongly reflected in the declining number of advertisers utilizing mass media platforms. A significant drop has been observed in terms of television advertisers, with the numbers shrinking from 11,100 in 2023 to 8,650, a substantial drop of 23%. Additionally, there is a bit of reduction in the number of advertisers in print and radio too, but not quite as significant. The declining number of advertisers in TV is an indication that many erstwhile TV advertisers are now moving to digital, influencer advertising, and e-commerce. ADEX share by quarter in 2024 shows that H1 does rather well, growing at 47% from 43% last year, while the festival quarter's contribution declines to 28% from last year's 31%. A deeper analysis of ADEX by each quarter in 24 highlights contrasting trends between the first and second half of the year. ADEX growth in the first half was driven by factors like parliamentary elections and live cricket, whilst the second half, which typically contributes more to Indian ADEX, saw a less encouraging performance during the festival season. You will see from the quarter-wise growth rates that whilst growth in quarter 1 and quarter 2 is substantial at 15 and 22%, the growth in quarter 3 and quarter 4 falls to as low as 1% and 2%. From a historical perspective, this is the lowest growth, once again, ADEX has registered since 2017. In absolute terms, ADEX closed near 1.1 lakh crores. Global advertising spend should now cross the $1 trillion mark. WARC estimates that the spend to be USD 1.07 trillion with a growth of 11%. For the first time in quite a few years, Indian ADEX has grown lower than the global average. A medium-wise comparison of percentage share and growth rates across global ADEX and Indian ADEX shows up some expected deviations. whilst digital share in Indian ADEX is at 42%, for the globe, it's a massive 75%. It's significant to note that US, in spite of its humongous size, with a market share of 31.2%, grew at a growth rate of 11% in 2024. China, on the other hand, slowed down, registering a growth of just 3%, and in terms of market share, comes at a distant second at 16.8%. Whilst we may lament the low growth in India of just 9%, India has registered the second highest growth rate of 9% after US is 11, followed by France at 8 and then UK at 7. Japan and Brazil saw degrowth of -6% and -5%. Some years ago, I remember recalling that Brazil was the fastest growing economy of the world. Digital media in the year 24 grew by 14% and contributes a healthy 42% to ADEX. TV grew by a mere 5%. Print, the second largest traditional medium, has once again shown resilience by registering a growth of 5% and crossing the 20,000 mark for the first time post-COVID. OH media contributes as much as 12% to ADEX. Radio sees a moderate growth rate of 8%, and cinema experiences a low growth of 10% on a very low base on the back of very few major releases. Digital, of course, continues to dominate and has established itself firmly as the number one medium for the third consecutive year in a row with a 42% share, having gained 2 percentage points every year for the last 3 years. TV, the largest medium till 2021, further dropped share in 24 to reach 34% and is now behind digital by a whopping 10 percentage points. Print has maintained its share and continues at 19% to overall ADEX. Cinema, radio, and OH all maintained their share in the last 3 years. A medium-wise comparison of percentage shares and growth rates across global ADEX shows substantial deviation fundamentally in digital, but also in large mediums in India like TV and print. Whilst print share in global ADEX is a mere 3%, in India, print share is 6 times more at 19%. It's also notable that print, which degrew globally by -5%, has registered 5% growth in India. Radio, cinema, and outdoor all have similar shares in India and the globe. A category-wise analysis of different categories in the Indian market within only TV, print, and radio shows a total spend of 57,187 crores across these three media. The FMCG sector continues to dominate with a marginal increase. Following FMCG by a wide distance is e-commerce sector contributing 11%, but registered no growth. Automotive sector during the year showed a healthy growth of 7%. ADEX's low growth rate of a mere 9% comes in spite of a significant boost received by campaigns run by political parties during parliamentary elections. The political budgets were channelized into both traditional and digital media. We estimate a media investment of 3,000 to 3,500 crores, which also include investments by government institutions and social advertisements as well. In the competitive world of advertising, established players often dominate, and this can be seen with 9 players being common in our top 10 list compared to last year. Breaking into the elite circle of top 50 advertisers can seem like a daunting task, but we do have 14 new advertisers this year in our elite list. 5 of the top 10 advertisers are predictably FMCG, and TV remains the preferred medium for most FMCG brands, allocating nearly 70% of their TV spend to television. HUL, Reckitt and Reliance continue to dominate India's advertising landscape, maintaining their positions as the top 3 advertisers. The top 50 advertisers contribute 34% to total ADEX, up from 30% last year, while the top 10 account for 16% compared to 14% previously. Television and digital remain the preferred mediums, making up 87% of total spend of top 50 advertisers. This share increases to 93% when considering only the top 10 advertisers. Let's take a closer look at digital now. Digital growth has slowed down from 30% almost year on year over the last 10 years, barring the COVID year, to 14-15% growth in the last 2 years. Digital ADEX now stands at 45,292 crores, a growth of 14%, but has firmly established itself as the number 1 medium for the 3rd consecutive year. Please note, in our digital estimates, we do not include spends by the MSME advertisers who are there in digital. What caused this slowdown in digital? This measured approach indicates a maturing market where brands are focusing more on strategic digital investments rather than indiscriminate experimentation. Additionally, investment levels within the startup ecosystem have also stabilized. From an India perspective, digital is the leading medium, no doubt. However, it's important to note that in the global ADEX, digital accounts for as much as 75%. In countries like China and UK, this share is even more pronounced at 80%, while nations such as Japan, Germany, France, and Australia fall in the 50 to 70% range. Quarter 1 and Quarter 2 showed robust growth of 20% and 34% respectively, and seem to have lost momentum in the latter half of the preceding year. This growth was primarily driven by increased spending during parliamentary election season and major sporting events. However, Quarter 3 and Quarter 4 experience more subdued growth levels of 1% and 7% despite the festive season. This pattern mirrored the overall media landscape across various media. Video advertising, which is the largest contributor, contributing 27% to total digital, experienced low growth of 10%. Social media advertising, the second largest contributor, contributing 23%, showed maximum growth of 21%. This surge is attributed to the burgeoning popularity of short-form video platforms like Reels and YouTube Shorts, coupled with increasing prominence of influencer marketing. E-commerce and search contribute equally 18% each to total digital ADEX and have grown by 17% and 15%. It is significant to note that e-commerce, which was previously growing at 35% and 25% over the prior 2 years, has now experienced moderate growth of 17%. Connected TV has experienced a growth of more than 30% in 24, reflecting the increasing adoption of connected TV platforms and their relevance to more and more advertisers as a medium. Let's take a closer look at TV now. The year 24, must say, was one of the toughest years for almost all TV broadcasters in terms of ad revenue, and many industry experts point to a flat revenue. We began with a low forecast of 8%, but ended the year with growth of an even lower 5%, taking TV ADEX to a revenue of 34,450 crores. TV ADEX further lost 1 percentage point in terms of share and is now at 32%. The growth rate of 5% is the slowest in 7 years, barring COVID year. When looked at in terms of ad revenue by H1 and H2, H1 registered a handsome growth of 16% on account of ICC, T20, World Cup, spends by government institutions and political parties, and with these three events contributing to as much as 3,000 to 3,200 crores. The absence of ICC 50 overs World Cup in 24 compared to Q4 23 and poor festival demand significantly dented ADEX's performance in Q4 of 24. FMCG remains the dominant category, contributing 46% of total TV spend. It is significant that whilst FMCG's growth is relatively modest, FMCG manufacturers are maintaining their spending levels. Real estate category has shown a 12% growth, driven by growing real estate demand. With 8% growth, the auto sector signals a recovery, mostly influenced by new vehicle launches and a bit of focus on electric vehicles. Looking at channels genre-wise, Hindi, GEC and sports continue to dominate TV ADEX with a combined contribution of approximately 40% of total TV ADEX. Interestingly, ad volume on the same two genres, GEC mainline and second line and sports put together contribute only 8% of overall TV volume. whilst contributing 50% to overall ADEX revenue. Regional genres have demonstrated higher growth rates of 9% to 12%, indicating a growing shift in advertisers' interest towards regional markets, and they contribute close to 30% to total TV revenue. Indian TV reality and impact-driven shows have seen strong growth in 24. This surge has positively impacted both Hindi and regional GECs, contributing significantly to their ad revenues. Whilst music and kids genres had revenue in similar range of last year, infotainment, English movies and English niche have virtually disappeared. Let's see what happened in print. The print sector demonstrated remarkable resilience in 2024 despite persistent challenges faced by the medium. The industry has managed to navigate turbulent times challenged by the aftermath of the pandemic and the continuing rise of digital media. Print ADEX grew last year by 5%. For the second consecutive year, print has maintained its share of 19% in the overall Indian pie. The print sector recorded an ADEX of 20,272 crores and now has finally managed to cross the pre-COVID levels after a long gap of 5 years, suggesting that advertisers are rediscovering value in the medium, particularly its strength in delivering localized, high-trust advertising experiences. Overall, 5% growth was driven by strong performances in Q1 plus 13% and Q4 plus 10%, despite a revenue decline in Q3 of 7%. Revenue in Q2 increased by 7%, reaching a revenue of 4,197 crores, supported by the election period, which historically always boosts print advertising. But Q2 volume declined by 6%, indicating that higher pricing and premium ad positions during the election season prevailed. India's print advertising share is 19%, as I said, significantly higher than the global average of 3%. Germany is the only other country with comparable print advertising share of 19%. Most global nations show a shift towards digital, as seen by their low percentages of print contribution, ranging from only 2% to 8%. The primary growth drivers in print are auto, FMCG, education, and real estate, which together contribute significantly to overall growth. Auto sector grew by 7%, maintaining a stable 14% share of print ADEX. The FMCG industry grew by 6% with a steady share of 12% in the last 2 years. The real estate sector saw growth of 6% due to urbanization, affordable housing schemes, and many redevelopment properties coming up. The flat to degrowth of volume across most languages stands in stark contrast to the 5% revenue growth in 24, indicating higher ad rates and premium pricing, especially in English and Marathi. Hindi and English dailies contribute to 64% of total print volume. growth in Marathi of 5%, stability in Kannada and Tamil reflect robust regional demand, but decline in Telugu of 10% and Malayalam of 8% signal weak market conditions for those regions. Next, take a look at outdoor. In 24, the out-of-home advertising industry experienced the highest growth of 12% within traditional medium. OH advertising revenue grew from 4,140 crores to 4,650 crores in 24 and maintained its overall share. At the top end, in metro and mini metro cities, digital OH is growing at a fast pace, whereas at the bottom end, newer airports are coming up. Not to be left behind is also regular OH, which is coming up in smaller towns at a rapid pace. A standout quarter was quarter 2 with 16% growth driven by significant OH spending during the general elections. Revenue rose from 1,003 crores to 1,162 crores in 24, reflecting political parties' heavy reliance on OH media for visibility and outreach. Quarter 4 consistently remains the strongest quarter due to the festival campaigns contributing 29% and showing a 20% growth in 24 compared to 23. In terms of categories, real estate showed a remarkable growth of as high as 28%, contributing to over 1,000 crores. Organized retail, consumer services, FMCG, BFSI are the other significant contributors. FMCG grew by 10% in 24 compared to something similar in 23 and maintained an 11% share. The election season brought joy to the outdoor industry, with it growing to 205 crores, a growth of 86% over the previous year. Moving on to radio, the radio advertising industry continues to be resilient and an adaptable medium despite increasing competition from digital platforms. Radio ADEX grew by 8% in 24, reaching 2,462 crores compared to 2,272 crores in 23. For the last 5 years, the radio industry has more or less remained constant at 2% share of ADEX, though having dropped from 2,260 crore to 1,270 crore during COVID. It then steadily increased to 2,272 crore in the year 23 and finally last year to 2,462 crores. Historically, quarter 4 has always been a high revenue quarter, and so it has been in 24. Real estate and home improvement maintained its position as the largest contributor, accounting for 15% of total revenue. FMCG remained stable at 12% of total. Auto saw a strong growth of 11%. Lastly, let's check cinema. According to our estimates, the total advertising expenditure for cinema increased from 776 crores to 851 crore, reflecting a growth rate of 10%. The figure is still short of 2019 pre-COVID year by almost 200 crores. Cinema advertising continues to contribute less than 1% to total Indian ADEX. Well, now it's time to reveal our growth forecast for 2025. The recent union budget is poised to positively influence India's advertising industry by enhancing consumer spending, promoting digital innovation, and supporting the growth of MSMEs and startups. Our forecast for next year considers both the headwinds and tailwinds of these macroeconomic factors. I would encourage you to please read the addendum that comes with our report every year, which is a detailed economic analysis of the country we live in. Our growth forecast for 25 remains bullish under the circumstances, and we expect an increase of 11%. If our estimates hold, the Indian advertising industry is projected to reach 1.2 lakh crores, adding an additional revenue of 12,000 crores. We expect digital to grow marginally better than previous 2 years at a rate of 17%, and traditional media once again at a slower rate of 7%. So why 11%? IPL, Champions Trophy, Asia Cup, and a few India bilateral series will, I'm sure, fuel TV and digital advertising. Organic growth coming from FMCG, auto, and durables. Increasing spends on the digital medium by MSMEs and startups. Connected TV advertising can emerge as a big game changer in 2025. OH industry is also poised for continued growth with an emphasis on digital and tech innovations. Digital will continue to be the key driver of ADEX, and we expect the sector to grow by 17% to reach 53,000 crores. Despite the surge in digital media platforms and their growing dominance, we believe linear TV will continue to thrive and expand because large and seasoned advertisers continue to believe in the brand building power of television. We expect TV to grow by 6% in 2025, taking TV ADEX to almost 36,500 crores. We expect print to grow better than last year by 7% in 2025 to reach 21,700 crores. Radio will grow by another 9% to reach 2,700 crores, and cinema further by 12%. Digital will further gain share of 2 percentage points. Outdoor radio and cinema are likely to maintain share. Linear TV is expected to lose share again despite absolute growth. The global ADEX in 2025 is expected to witness growth, with WARC estimating an 8% increase over 2024. In contrast, India's advertising market is expected to outpace global trends, projecting an 11% rise in ADEX. This divergence highlights the relative resilience and growth momentum of the Indian advertising sector compared to the global average. Finally, as always, I'd like to conclude with a few words of advice for my advertiser friends. First, don't lose focus on branding as you increasingly pay attention to performance to push sales. And here when I talk of branding, I include digital branding and advertising, because branding gives you lasting value. Number two, urban growth is expected to bounce back. Support it with advertising. Why do I say this? 5.6 crore people collectively represent an incremental 1 lakh crore consumption opportunity. Be ready with targeted marketing plans to reach them. 3, growth in rural economy is here to stay. Prioritize markets at district level. Only 200 of the 600 districts offer real growth opportunity. Target those prosperous districts to take advantage of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sam. I request you to please be on stage. Sam, please be on stage, as it would be our honor to have you join us for a special moment of appreciation. And for that, to present the token of gratitude, I'm going to call on stage Mr. Ashish Sehgal, Chief Growth Officer, Digital and Broadcast Revenue, Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited. Gentlemen, once again, gentlemen, I'd like you both to continue owning your space on stage, because the spotlights are on, and it's time, ladies and gentlemen, that we unveil the Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025. It's my honor and privilege to invite our esteemed dignitaries to the stage. Please join me in welcoming. Can we get the list, please? I think Mr. Sam just took my sheets from here. Can I get the list of the dignitaries, please? Yeah, the list of the dignitaries on the stage. It's like a television advertisement. The suspense will be revealed after the ad break. All right. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder, Exchange for Media. Please come up on stage, sir. Mr. Harit Nagpal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tata Play. Mr. Ashish Pirwani, Leader, India for Media and Entertainment, EY. As Mr. Batra always says, that clapping is good for heart. Please, let's just keep this momentum going, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Satya Raghavan, Director, Marketing Partners, Google, India. Ms. Kiara Dulani, Director, Polycab. Ms. Minakshi Menon, Founder, Gen 60 Tribe Private Limited. Do we have more names on this? Yeah. Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH. Ms. Lara Balsara Vajifdar, Executive Director, Madison World, to please come up on stage. Vivek Malhotra, please come up on stage. Vivek Malhotra from India Today Groups. Ladies and gentlemen, the much awaited Pitch Madison Advertising Report 2025. I would request the hostesses to please leave the stage. Can we have a round of applause, everyone? Don't forget to keep your conversations going on Twitter using the hashtag PMAR2025. May I now call upon Mr. Harit Nagpal on stage, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, Tata Play, to speak on the topic, and the topic is the evolution of the TV screen. From bulky cathode ray tubes to the razor-thin OLED panels, TV screens have transformed dramatically. Black and white turned to 4K HDR. Remotes became voice-controlled, and smart TVs are now stream content seamlessly. The future. Let's hear it from Mr. Harit. Everybody.
Hi. About a couple of weeks ago, Vikram called me and said, invited me to come and speak on the state and fate of television in this country. While I couldn't say no to him because having missed the first of his Lifetime Achievement Awards, you need to learn from your boss. There are many more to come. I owed one to him, and therefore I had to say yes. But I wondered myself as to, calling a TV person to speak about the state and fate, calling a goat for a conference where you're deciding the Bakra Eid date. So it's kind of funny that I'm called here. So to be fair to the subject, I said, let me not just, speak in English. Let me back it up with some mathematics and some data for the people to believe what I'm saying. But then I thought again to myself and I said, look, these are the people who've been making advertisers invest billions on the back of bark data. So it's okay, we can throw any data at them and they'll believe it. Because Baba Adam Research Council has been giving us so much. So I'll try and be as data backed as possible. I did not want to reveal this slide, but any case, now that it is revealed, let me ask you a simple question to the audience. How many of you go back to your childhood? I say, how many of you had your parents buy a refrigerator before they buy a television? Just raise your hand. Oh, you got a hand. Yeah, it works. Yeah, it's on. Thank you. How many of you, okay, how many refrigerator first and TV later? So the front benches are obviously out of sync with the rest of the country. No, I am older than you, so you don't throw old at me. So the fact is that the backbenchers are in tune with the country, the front benches are out of sync, as always. Because 62% of India owns a television and only 19% own a refrigerator. In fact, more people own an air conditioner than a refrigerator because most of India cooks for the meal they're eating. Unlike us, who cook more than what we can eat, and then they need a refrigerator to keep it in there. And how things have been moving. Television was 31%, 47%, by 2020 it's 62%, and I'll tell you in the next slide that it's still at 62%. So it hasn't moved further. While Shampoos, I mean, I started my life by selling a shampoo, and that time it used to be about 2% or something like that. And then it went to 23, 56, and 95. So everything goes towards 95, including skin creams. But television stuck at 62. And television is the first durable that anybody buys in this country. Even before they buy a motorcycle, even before they buy an air conditioner, even before they buy if you go into a village home, you will see no furniture. There is one room in which about 6 or 7 people eat, sleep, cook, produce more kids, do everything else. And there is no furniture in that room. There is only one furniture hanging on the wall, which is a television. That is the first piece of furniture that comes into that household. And yet there is 62% people own homes only that have got a television. Why? Because the balance have not had the opportunity to have 6,000 rupees on the table at one go. Not that they don't aspire, but they haven't had, between the marriage of somebody, a shraddh for a parent, a Kumbh Mela, a prayer somewhere, they've lost all the money that they had, and they haven't had 6,000. The moment they have about 4,000 rupees, they go to a dealer, they pay him that 4,000 rupees, and promise to pay them 200 rupees a month for the remaining period, and get a television home. And then they're not left with any money to pay subscriptions for pay TV, so therefore they move to free-to-air, and then some of them move to pay TV as and when they get enough money. This is the reality in the marketplace. How do we compare with the rest of the world? China 99%, US, UK, Malaysia, Singapore 90s. Indonesia, India, and Thailand, etc., some of these countries like ourselves are in the same ballpark at 67, 62%. How has it grown in the last few years? 31, 39, 47, 55, 62, 62. And I'll get to why 62, 62 in the next slide. Because this is kind of stagnant. My favorite chart, no presentation is ever complete without it. I've been using it for the last 15, 20 years maybe. This is what every consulting firm will show you. This one's fortunately by Bain. McKinsey's got a similar chart. Everybody's got a similar chart, which shows you the income distribution of the country, how it will progress. So far, it has followed the curve. If I was sitting in 2005, this could have been conjecture. We are pretty much 5 years away from the final piece. We are here. So it better be correct. And what it clearly tells you is that the bottom of the pyramid, which has got most numbers, is shrinking, and the upstairs is growing. Loosely told, the guys at the top don't even know how many shirts they have or shoes they have. The guys at the bottom could buy their 51st shirt without knowing what colors they have of the 50 shirts they have, or buy their 21st pair of shoes without even knowing what are the 20 shoes that they have in their wardrobe. The guys below have a bunch of 3 or 4 shirts and 2 pairs of shoes, the third row, and they wait for one to go before they buy another. And the guys at the bottom either have a shoe or a shirt, not both. That's how they are. So, as members of a community where most of us are here, either selling advertising space to gullible advertisers, or distributors like ourselves who distribute television content or digital content, and also the incidental broadcasters who fill the space between ads with content. What should our aim be? What should we be selling? Who should we be directing the advertiser with the money in his pocket towards? Logically, the top of this chart, because what I learned in school, in business school 40 years ago maybe, a little more than that, was that the purpose of advertising is to address audiences who have needs and have also got money to pay for those, to fulfill those needs. not just aspirations, but people who have the money. Now, unlikely that people here at the bottom or even here will have the money to pay for the goods that we advertise. Bulk of the advertising needs to be aimed at the top two layers who have both the aspiration and the money to pay for the goods that they. But what is our data selling? Our data is chasing numbers. Our data is chasing eyeballs. I mean, I heard a podcast this morning which explained it beautifully. He says, you know, if the purpose of your business is to drive north, and then somebody else throws a purpose at you which says drive at 60 kilometers per hour, we say, okay, let's take one of these purposes at a time. Let's first start driving at 60 kilometers per hour because that's what everybody's driving at. Then we'll decide which direction we're going to drive. And then we realize that we've lost our way somewhere. So, we will revisit this premise. But the fact is that general income levels in the country are rising, so there is hope for the future. And what portion of income do people spend on television subscription? This is global data. India, it's 0.4%. Other countries similar to us are in 0.5, 0.6%. The developed world is sitting at 1%. So we have hope here too, that people will end up paying a little more for television going forward. Now, what happened to television in the last few years? The orange bars are DTH subscriber numbers. The blue line on top is Tata Play subscriber numbers. I can show you my numbers. So, right from March 14 all the way up to March 19, 20, and you know, I can go back, I could have gone back here also, and even then this line did not start growing here. This line started from nowhere and was growing continuously up to here. So up to 20, the industry was kind of growing and at a pretty good pace, and so were we. We actually continued to grow till 21. And then we faced a winter, a pretty long winter this time. Now, everybody had started telling us from here itself, hey, Netflix is coming. Hey, OTT is coming. And you guys, including my children, that you'll die. In fact, people questioned, are you in the right job? And I said, yes, I am, because there is a whole lot sitting there without televisions. Netflix globally launched somewhere here, 2007 or something like that. Netflix launched in India somewhere here. Yet, the industry was growing and continued to grow. And when I say Netflix, it is not just Netflix, it's brethren from, in fact, we said, yes, people are going to watch Netflix, but there'll be people who will be watching TV also. So let's be in both the markets, and that's when we decided to go for Binge, which is an aggregation of apps. And at that point in time, we said, by today, we should have reached about 10, 12 million as per the projections we made at that time. But nothing happened here with all the OTT players coming in, even here. Then what happened here? Any guesses? Data was always there. People are saying data are not wrong, but data was always there. Sorry? Free? That too, yes. Exactly. So, in the same period, we've just tracked data, free IPL and free content as such. It wasn't just free IPL, it was free content, which was always existing. I mean, I sat with Ashish the other day, and he said, "Ye to main kabhi se free de raha tha. Ye naya kya hai isme?" my Z Cinema Kumkum Bhagya used to appear on Z5 for free 24 hours after release. So big deal. So what happened? In 2015, 16 and 17, we used to pay 2,500 rupees a month for our data packs, which used to finish around the 24th, 25th of the month, and we were forced to pay another 250 or 300 or 400 rupees to last the balance 5 days of the month or 6 days of the month. This is where the industry was growing at the rate of 6 million new subscribers a year. By this time, the data prices fell down from some 300 rupees a GB to 10 to 30 rupees a GB. A person needs about 2 GB a day to watch television on the phone, if he wants to. That means 20 rupees a day, that means 600 rupees a day, versus 300 rupees a day on the television. So some discerning customers who wanted freedom of movement and wanted to watch the same content on the go, who preferred convenience over the price and could afford the price, moved there. So the industry's numbers stopped from growing from 6 million a year to 2 million a year for 3 consecutive years. Then came the year 2021, when for 239 rupees or 240 rupees a month, which is 8 rupees a day, you could get 1.5 GB of data free on your phone as a part of your plan, which is 2 hours of TV watching. Not only did we stop acquiring new subscribers, we started losing more subscribers than we were acquiring. And the industry went down by 3 million subscribers a year. So there's a swing of 9 million new customers a year for these many years. So are we surprised that people are not? So it is not Netflix that is killing television. It is cheap data and recent content, availability of recent content. For example, Kapil Sharma, after he would be on Sony, would be on television. For the last two IPLs, 1 World Cup, and many ICCs and many BCCIs, cricket has been available for free. Yet our numbers have retained. I mean, they haven't gone to zero. There are discerning people who would want to sit down in front of the television and watch. So that's where we are. And it's not just data, it is a combination of data and recent content. It is also not about fixed broadband penetration, because the fixed broadband penetration in this country is like here compared to the rest of the world. And these numbers tie in because the real numbers of fixed broadband on which you can watch video is in the region of about under 30 million homes. It is not more than 30 million homes. If Ashish is saying so, it must be so. So it is an affordability problem in this country. So when we launched Binge about 5 years ago, we started toying with it. We said by 2025, we'll be about 10, 12 million customers, because if everybody's going to switch over to OTT, then that's where we are. But when we analyze the current situation of people who are watching OTT, this is where we end up. There are 895 million broadband and fixed wireline customers who have access to internet in this country, say 900 million. 550 million of these are watching videos online. Now my numbers could be off by about 10% here or there, but these are estimates from various sources, but they won't be as much off as Barkar. Of this, only 150 million are paying for what they're watching. They don't have the money, others don't have the money to watch, to pay for what they're watching. They don't have the money. They watch anything that comes to them for free. Of this 150 million also, about 100 plus million are watching this subscription videos because it's been given to them for free by their mobile service provider. If it wasn't given to them for free by the mobile service provider, they wouldn't have gone out and subscribed to it. So again, freeloaders. That is why only 9% of the country has the money to subscribe to fixed broadband on a recurring basis, pay 600, 700 rupees a month for it. There are only 40 million people who are paying for the OTT themselves out of their own pocket. That's the size of the market. Of this 40 million also, only 5 million are the people who are subscribing to more than 3 apps at a time or paying more than 250 rupees per month on subscription. Now, as advertisers or as channels or agencies which are guiding the advertisers to spend their well-earned money, where should we be guiding them? Here or there? Is the question I leave you with. Because this guy will watch your ad, he'll love it, but he won't have the money to, if he doesn't have the money to pay 300 rupees or 250 rupees to the OTT provider to watch the latest content, then he's unlikely to have money to pay for the product that you are trying to advertise. So, if you are advertising to entertain these fellows, be my guest. This is a complicated chart, but very simple if I just explain it to. See, I picked up this data from, I didn't prepare this for this meeting. This is a part of our strategy document. This morning I just went and said, of the dreams that I had, give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, so that I can build a story on that basis. So, a lot of this data I am also seeing some after a week, some after 2 weeks, and some after 5 months. So, some places I may also not correlate with it so easily. There's one more slide to go, so don't worry. This basically takes the income pyramid or the households, 300 million households of the country, and breaks it down to how many shirts you own and how many shoes you own. So the guys at the top have unlimited number of shirts and shoes and they're buying more. The guys in between have limited number of shoes and shirts, but they're still buying more. The guys here have very limited number of shirts and one wears out, and these guys have either a shoe or a shirt, not both. So this is how they are. Now, the guys at the top have stopped subscribing to pay TV, the 1 million up there, those households. They're only on OTT, and they're buying the most expensive broadband, highest speed, सबसे best दे दो. The guys below are spending 800 to 1,000 rupees on their broadband. The guys under that, the 3.3, are spending about less than 800 rupees on their broadband. They're compromising there. The guys below don't have fixed broadband. Everybody, almost everybody, has mobile internet, right up to here. This is where there is no TV. This is where there is smart TV upstairs, but that doesn't mean that smart TV is connected to broadband, because we stopped selling standard definition boxes some 8 years ago. We only sold high definition boxes. Does that mean everybody who's got a high definition box is subscribing to high definition? No. 50% of the base is not subscribing to even one channel of high definition. And of the 50% who got a high definition box and are subscribing to high definition, most of them are subscribing to 1 or 2 channels. The full package is only lying at the top there, those pink guys. So that's the affordability of the country. That's where the television is. That's where the television market is. And yeah, I mean, other things are quite easy and simple. How much do they pay for pay TV? How much do they pay for OTT? How much do these segments pay for? These are our conjectures based on our, understanding and meeting with these customers. This is where we are. Is every connected TV person a customer of connected TV? I'm not sure. Second, another piece I saw in Sam's report, and I've been seeing numbers of 37,000 crores, 45,000 crores, 68,000 crores or whatever of digital advertising. While we know for a fact that video advertising on digital is a number that is less than half of that. If below the line stuff is being included on as digital advertising for the digital pie, then why should the posters that FMCG guys make, the dealer signboards that they make, the schemes that they give, discounts that they give to the dealers to push sales and convert customers or convert prospects to customers, why should they not be added to the ADEX is a question I want to leave you guys with. Because in reality, if I go to the last slide, next, this is a kind of a number that we put together for the industry. And I kept one circle blank, and I will explain why. Pay TV goes to about 100 million homes. There are 500 million eyeballs roughly there. There is 32,000 crores of subscription we get from these homes. There is roughly 25,000 crores of advertising. Sam, this doesn't tie up with your number because the balance comes out of free to air. And I've understated this number. This number could be about 30,000 crores, and 5,000 crores could be coming out of FTA. So that's how it totals up to 35,000 crores. So therefore, there is a realization of 114 crores per million eyeballs here. That's what we realize. That's what the content producer realizes out of these homes. Now we come to free to air, which is DD Direct. There's roughly 45 million homes there, 225 million eyeballs, about 4,000 to 5,000 crores of advertising here, roughly, of that order, 18 crores per million eyeballs. Does it make sense for a producer of content who's used physical sets to produce that content, not AI, to monetize it at 18 crores per million? Or first monetize the 114 crores per million, wait for a couple of years, and then go there? That's a question I think my content friends will need to ask themselves. Because every time we speak to them, they say, oh, we are missing this opportunity. There's a cost to going to this opportunity too early. Free apps. About 200 million people are watching freshly minted content of ours, which shows at 8 p.m. there and 8:30 p.m. it's on your app for free. There's about 5,000 crores advertising, including sports, that comes from there. That's a realization of 25 crores per million, and this is either or, because one pair of eyeballs that goes there is at the cost of this. If you're getting 25 crores per million eyeballs there, it's at the cost of 114 crores per million eyeballs. Straightforward. So, and that's what is causing people to move away from television. It is not that people are not fond of TV, or people have shitloads of money that they can go spend on a broadband connection at home and a Netflix and an Amazon Prime and Hotstar and a Z5 and a Sony Live and what have you. They don't have that money to subscribe to that. They're doing it because it's coming for free. And that's how TV is dying. So, there is a movement this year that I'm seeing, which is, I'm told that Champions Trophy, IPL, and all other cricket will be behind the paywall this year, just as India-Australia has been, just as India-England has been. And we've seen substantial recovery of numbers every time a cricket match is played, and it's played behind a paywall in the last couple of months. And we are hoping that IPL will be the test case for that. Champions Trophy and IPL will be the test case for that. We are actually preparing for the India-Pakistan match in the Champions Trophy to get those numbers back. The paid apps, which is again halal, is about 50 million, 5,000 crores of subscription money, 100 crores per million. So the paid guys, and by the way, has Netflix or Amazon put Suits or Grace and Frankie or what have you, Breaking Bad, or name some of those things on YouTube yet? No. There must be a reason, no? I'm sure they're wiser than us. Why don't they do that? They should also monetize it. Having recovered 100 crores per million eyeballs from India with those shows, they can also recover another 25 crores per million Why don't they do that? But हमारा कुमकुम भाग्य 1 घंटे के बाद आ जाता है, वो क्रिकेट मैच लाइव आ जाता है, और न्यूज़ का तो क्या बात ही नहीं करेंगे हम. That's another genre. So that's where we are. And I purposely not put YouTube in this, because the numbers that I see. People claim YouTube and Meta and Google are doing what? 30,000 crores, 60,000 crores, growing at 17% while everybody else is growing at 6%. But that includes a lot of below the line stuff, which traditional advertisers would put as below the line in that number. So if we were to just pull out video, that number would be in the region of about 15,000 crores. Divide by the number of eyeballs that it gets, and your realization per eyeball, per million eyeballs is in this ballpark and not in this ballpark, which only a person who's not producing the content but is basing himself on user-generated content can afford, and not produced content, self-produced content. So that's where we are. The place where we missed out on television so far has been digital has been able to offer impressions to a niche or a small bunch of specific targeted audiences, which television has not been. Television has always been about mass. You want to reach 500 million people? Here I am. At very low cost, I can reach you, but I can't give you, say, if you want to reach English-speaking people in Punjab before 8 p.m., the 11 people that exist, I can't take you there. Which digital can, and very happily can. After 8 p.m., everybody speaks English there. So that's, so television has made an attempt. For example, for the last few months, we have been offering segmented advertising, where we can take you to a small niche. For example, if you're a soap maker and you've got 4 types of soap, I can split your ad into 4 segments by the price of the soap. Or if you're a car maker, I can split your car advertisement into 4 models of the car or 5 models of the car by the data I have about the customers. Or even if you're a regional player, I can only offer you a slot for, say, English-speaking, whatever, those guys I talked about, and we can do that. We can do it on our own platform. We can currently do it with a few star channels. If you are advertising on those, we'll soon be doing it with Zee and Sony and others. So that capability we have, so if any one of you wants to do that or wants to sell it to your customers, that capability is there with us. You can reach out to us. So that's all I had to say. I think there are some change events that are around the corner in this country that will bring television back if they actually materialize as we are envisaging them to be. And the segmented advertising opportunity that we have, I am not saying that that is aimed to eat into digital. I mean, going by the belief of our Honorable Prime Minister, who said, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, I think we can work hand in hand. And when you sell a package to a niche advertiser, we can include our niche television offering as a part of the media plan to the advertiser, so that the offering becomes even more lucrative for that person, for that advertiser. I raised that with Sanjay Gupta. He was very excited about it. Now that he's been elevated, he obviously doesn't have that much focus on India, but I'd raise it with people from Meta and Google here. So let's work together and make it happen. Thank you very much.
Mr. Harit Nagpal, everyone. Sir, please be on stage. Please be on stage, as I would like to call upon Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH, to please felicitate Mr. Harit Nagpal. The best part about the fact that I host the E4M events are that I, as a consumer, as a customer, gets to meet the brains behind the services I consume and I use. For example, I'm a Tata Play customer, sir. A Tata Play customer. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to a very special speaker with us now, Mr. Ashish Pherwani, leader, India for Media and Entertainment EY. He will be speaking on kickstarting the economy through advertising. Let's welcome Mr. Ashish Pherwani.
Hi everyone, as you can see there's very little white hair there compared to this, so yeah, that kind of reflects how tough the media industry has been over the past year or two. Fair warning, I'm a chartered accountant and love numbers, so you're going to see a lot of numbers on this, but I'll try to keep it interesting. As always, when Vikram and Sam give me a topic, it's a horrible one, kickstarting the economy through advertising. I always thought it was the other way around. You know, advertising doesn't kickstart the economy, economy kickstarts advertising, but I've tried to put a point of view on this. So jumping right in, all right, we track this very closely when we do the annual report with FICCI. And clearly, the number that I always use is the IMF projections because I feel they're the most unbiased of the lot. And as per IMF, at least for the next couple of years, we are seeing India still leading the growth in terms of economic development across the world at about 6.5%. This is an interesting number because you see the world is around 3%, but it's also still going to be higher than China. Of course, those are much larger bases than India in terms of numbers, the US and China, but at least from a growth perspective, we see that there will be some stability on this side going forward. More about this a little later. Sam mentioned, Naval mentioned, there is a very close correlation between GDP growth and advertising, and we've kind of filtered it down. We looked at real, we looked at nominal. We find actually that there is a far closer correlation between advertising and nominal GDP than with the real GDP. Nominal being not adjusted for inflation, right? So you can see in FY24, FY25, you're seeing absolutely it's plumb bang except for the COVID year in FY21, where we see a kind of a slingshot thing where there's X% degrowth, the advertising degrowth is always going to be several X of that. But the other trend which we've been tracking for about 10 years is that any year where the growth is sub 6%, the economic growth is sub 6%, you see advertising growth will be below economic growth. Whenever economic growth is above 6%, you would see it online or above. We've been tracking this for a while, and there seems to be a correlation with this 6% number. And therefore, if we're seeing a continuous growth of 6.5% in terms of GDP, this should kind of maintain over the next year or two. That's what some of the numbers we're tracking seem to point out. But what does 2025 hold for us? There are some positives, there's 7 of them, and there's some negatives, about 5, 6 of them, and I'm going to quickly take you through all of them in about 5, 7 minutes. The first is definitely a consumption-oriented budget. The expected additional amount that will be available for savings and consumption will be about 1 lakh crores due to the tax saving. This is a gross estimate, may not be that high, but I would assume it's at least 80,000 crores is what our number shows, but this is the official number that's been put in. 1 lakh crores, even if, 60-70% of that goes in consumption, it should definitely have a positive. But even more than that, I think one factor, which we are seeing is the credit guarantee that is given by the government to MSMEs. And they're doubling that rate from 5 crore credit guarantee to 10 crore credit guarantee. That, in my opinion, can be the absolute brahmastra over the next 2 to 3 years. I've spoken to a couple of CEOs in the banking sector. Most of them are saying this is our big focus for 25 and 26. Just grow credit to the MSME sector. I think that poses a great opportunity for us to, target that market better. The second positive really is the per capita income. Again, a long-term trend. We are seeing 2025's estimate to be very close to 3,000 crores. If you look at a large number of economies across the world, you will notice that when at PPP we're down to about 3,000 USD, not crores, sorry, 3,000 USD per capita income, there's a hockey stick effect on consumption. And we will hit that number towards the end of 2025. If that happens, I can safely say, going by what the other countries have achieved, you should see India's materialism tend to go up, and you would experience slightly higher growth on a per capita income basis. Number 3 is really a very heartening number. If you see the female labor force participation, there's been a significant uptake in the last couple of years, right? Going from 33% to 42%. That's another very good thing from a consumption point of view. We expect this to give rise to a whole new class of consumers who have control over their spending power a little more than before, and that should be good. There is a red flag overall because our labor force participation is just 60.1%, which is a low number compared to many other numbers. Official unemployment on that 60% is at 5%. So if you look at official data, it says that we are about 57% of this country is employed as of today. But again, that's the official stated number. I don't know what's the reality. It's a very difficult number to actually compute for anybody. But just the fact that the female labor force participation is growing at, almost 4 percentage points a year makes a very healthy case for growing consumption. The other interesting thing, I don't know if you saw the data that the RBI released recently. It is voluminous and it's fascinating. All right. And one thing that really struck me is that yes, there is an urban-rural divide, right? You can see that urban, it's almost twice, the top 5% spend almost twice what the rural guys spend. But the rural guys have crossed 10,000 rupees, the rich guys in the rural markets. And that itself is a very interesting number from a consumption point of view. But more interestingly, since FY12, the gap between urban and rural, which was 84%, is down to 70%. Still a very big gap. But that number between of the consumption power, this is per capita expenditure, the gap between per capita expenditure in urban and rural markets is continuously coming down. Again, a very healthy sign from a consumption point of view. And of course, e-commerce is a whole new ag channel below the line, as you like to call it, Harit. But this is the closest you can get to point of purchase, right? And our estimate is that in 2024, it actually grew 70% plus from 2023 in terms of just pure ad spend going to e-commerce platforms. So that again, we expect this number within 3 to 4 years to cross 30,000 crores, a huge new channel of expenditure coming out there. CapEx continues to grow, and this is again, every time CapEx grows, we see that at the very least, ad spend stabilize, they do not fall. Growing CapEx always protects advertising. And you can see that both the government's direct CapEx, which will go to 11.2 lakh crores, or the grants in aid to the various states for them to do CapEx, again growing massively from 3 lakh crores to 4.3 lakh crores. Again, a big push towards consumption. And finally, I think one more graph from another consultant like me. But I love this graph because it's very clear here. It shows that we now have 56 million affluent people in the country with incomes of over 30 lakhs. And we have another 432 million or so with incomes above 5 lakhs. Now, this number continues to grow. Harit spoke about it, so I won't cover it. This graph, I mean, there are many, many graphs like this, but I love to see the fact that the middle class, as we call it, is just continuously growing, and we don't expect to see that problem this year. We may see a slightly flattish growth in the middle class, but it won't come down. But there are some uncertainties as well, right? The first being wars, which I think slightly less uncertainty than last year. Last year was a bad year, had a lot of implications for India. And this is another trend. I'm going to spend a little time on war because last year, for the first time, we had all the fundamentals of the economy growing up. But it was, I think, the biggest impact on advertising actually happened due to war, whether it was supply chain issues, whether it was lack of confidence, whether it was large multinational companies getting scared of the global picture. Everything seemed to impact India in a manner that I have not seen over the last 10 years, just showing how much more India is part of the larger global economy now than ever before. We were a very insulated country even in 2018, 2019. But now more and more what's happening outside India is starting to have an impact on advertising spends in India. And therefore, one of the things I'm a little worried about still is the risk of war. Crude prices and exchange rates always will be a worry, and I don't know, again, because of war and everything else that's happening in the world, how this pans out is going to be a worry. Our in-house economist is talking about exchange rates continuing to fall. Our in-house economist also is estimating crude prices hovering, not going too high, but not crashing either. So on an average basis, this risk is there. It's a moderate risk in my belief, as of right now, based on the data that EY has. But any fluctuation in the crude price always has a significant impact on inflation, and that could be another downer for advertising. Tariffs, a lot depends on what happens over the next few hours and days in the US right now, right, with Mr. Modi meeting Mr. Trump. And if any significant tariffs actually get applicable on our exports, of course, it will have an impact on overall GDP growth, overall consumption. But again, another big factor in my mind is unemployment. Like I said, 5% is the official unemployment rate. But there's a lot of disguised unemployment, I feel. I may be wrong, but I feel that there's a lot of disguised unemployment still in the country. We need a fix for this. I think the government is doing a lot of stuff around that in terms of DBT and a lot of stuff, and I'll touch on that in a little while. But I think the problem of unemployment needs a solution immediately, otherwise it could have an impact on advertising, which I'll again talk about my conclusion slide. Will India still be a favored FDI destination in 2025? I don't know. As of last year, I would have said yes. This year, my doubts are creeping in. We are seeing a lot of action in the Far East, whether it's Taiwan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Indonesia. There's a lot of FDI coming in. The China +1 strategy is great, but it's not always that India is the +1. So again, we are seeing a few headwinds there. And of course, we have a perennial problem on the GVA of 15% generated by the agricultural sector, which still employs 46% of Indians. Employed Indians. And that itself means that that bottom part in the pyramid that you're seeing is taking a lot longer to reduce than what we would have liked. It's taking a long time. So unless we work a lot more on that bottom sector, consumption at an overall basis will always be in the ±3 to 5%. If we want consumption to go in the 10% plus, we want consumption to really explode, a lot more needs to be done absolutely at the bottom of the pyramid. And the second thing which I'm noticing, I don't know what the number is for 2025, but there seems to be a slight decline in both Manrega and DBT, which again is a direct impact on consumption. We are seeing since the last 2 years, there's been about 5% decline in that spend. Again, I don't know what 25's number is, but if this continues, there will definitely be an impact on consumption. And therefore, if I were to sum it up, nominal GDP growth is projected at 10.1% for 2025. And like I showed in the earlier graph, advertising sticks very close to nominal GDP growth. By that estimate, we should be at 10% next year. But because of a few factors like the labor force participation, which we estimate at best will be 64% in 2025, and not higher, it should be higher. A 5% reduction in benefits, on the other hand, countered by 17% growth in government capex, 30 million new large and small screens, and per capita growth of 5.5 to 6%. My estimate is that, yes, we have a chance to grow to 10%, but if you ask me to put my money on it, I would say 7 to 8% was a more reasonable thing that I would be very comfortable looking at, subject to some of the other wars and other, COVID type of things. So I hope that was useful. I tried to put all the positives and the negatives for you. A lot to take in, a lot of numbers, but I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Can we get the mic, please? Check. Sir, please be on stage. Please be on stage. Check, check, check. Yeah. Yeah, this is working. This is working. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashish, for such an illuminating session. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call on stage Ms. Lara Balsara Vajiftar, Executive Director, Madison World, to please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Ashish. Can I have a round of applause for Mr. Ashish Pherwani? A great session on kickstarting the economy through advertising. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to keep your conversations going on Twitter. The hashtag today is hashtag PMAR2025. Moving on, let me invite our next speaker, Mr. Satya Raghavan, Director Marketing Partners, Google India. As the advertising and marketing fraternity is moving towards CTV, Mr. Raghavan is here to discuss CTV, the smarter choice. Everybody, please welcome with a round of applause, Mr. Satya Raghavan.
Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. I know we're running behind time, so I'm going to try and see if I can make up. Is all good with AV out there? Yeah, okay. So quick introductions. My name is Satya Raghavan. I work with Google. I drive a function called Marketing Partners, where I work very closely with a lot of people here, Sam, Vikram, a whole lot of folks here. And it's my absolute pleasure to get invited here. Thanks, Naval. Thanks, Sam. Last year, I was sitting behind, so thanks for bumping me up a little bit. Are you guys good? You might have to do that. So my topic, as this thing gets booted, is, you know, it's always tough when you connect a laptop to an external source. You'll have to do that source thing. My topic is that of CTV. Quick question, how many here have bought a connected TV recently? Yeah. How many here are expecting some tax breaks as a result of this upcoming, the recent budget? I just hope that a whole lot of people don't just go and buy CTVs, as Harit was saying, that, you know, people buy televisions first, and they actually spend it quite judiciously across the consumption basket. If you can press slideshow on top, I think I can see it on the monitor there. So just give it a second, folks. So it's here on the monitor. I can see it here. Should we call maybe the next speaker while we do the tech thing, and then I can come back? Would that make sense? Yeah? Let's do that, yeah?
Everyone's here from the world of advertising. Technical hiccups happen, right? So this is not a big deal here. But we are going with the panel discussion now, ladies and gentlemen. We move to the panel discussion, which involves Mr. Akshat Singhal, Head Dangal TV. I request you to please come up on stage, Mr. Akshat Singhal. And when I say the names, please give a round of applause. There is a lot of wisdom and insights to be shared now. Mr. Akshat Singhal, Head Dangal TV. Mr. Manish Shah, Founder and CEO, Gold Mines Telefilms. Mr. Manish Shah, please come up on stage. Ms. Vanita Keswani, CEO, Madison Media Sigma. Mr. Ashish Sehgal, Chief Growth Officer, Digital and Broadcast Revenue, Z Entertainment Enterprise Limited. And the topic of discussion is, it's a very interesting topic, will FTA kill pay TV? I repeat, will FTA kill pay TV? Everybody, our dignitaries are on stage, and we move on to the panel discussion now. I request for the mics, please. Yeah.
Sorry, we're just waiting for the presentations to be put one. Yeah, that's okay. I'll start till then. Welcome everyone. So nice to have a room filled with people who are interested in such hot topics getting discussed, and I don't think it could have got hotter as a topic, because there is, as we speak, there is bidding happening on DD Free Dish. So really very hot topic. So let me first introduce you all firstly to start with Manish Shah. He's the owner, promoter and director of Gold Mines, and I'm starting from there. During early 2000, there was a boom in the satellite space, and that is the time when he started acquiring rights of dubbed movies and researched on the content that would be accepted in the Hindi-speaking heartland. With a vast catalogue of movie content and quality dubbing, in 2020, he launched a satellite channel, Dhinchak, which was rebranded to Gold Mines in 2022. Today, his company has a library of more than 1,000 movies, and he is personally involved in the dubbing and editing of his movies. I went and visited his office, and I was told that by his team, and I saw that he's really very involved in that process. In all, they have 3 satellite channels, namely Gold Mines Bollywood, Gold Mines Movies. And apart from these channels, the YouTube channel of Gold Mines has about 103 million subscribers and is the #1 YouTube movie channel of the world. So let's give it that a big hand. Next, please let us welcome Akshat Singhal. He's the director at Enter10 TV Network. He's representing Manish Singhal, as he's his son, who started Dangal TV in 2010, which is part of the Enter10 TV network. The network consists of, again, 5 TV channels, where Dangal and Dangal 2 are Hindi, and the others are regional channels. They again started by buying movies for the network, but now they create fully original Hindi entertainment content, as we all know, for Dangal TV. They also produce 35 original movies yearly for Bhojpuri cinema. Akshat here, he heads digital part of the Dangal, which is Dangal Play OTT, multiple YouTube pages, and fast platforms. Let's give him a big hand, everyone. And of course, Ashish Sehgal. Ashish Sehgal has been associated with Zee Entertainment Enterprises since January of 2006 as a Chief Growth Officer of Broadcast and Digital Revenue. He spearheads the strategic alignment of the network's diverse media assets, encompassing linear, digital, and all the special IPs, driving revenue growth and elevating the overall value of the organization. He's also currently leading the sports portfolio of the company as the business head, and he serves as the director on the board of the Indian Broadcasting and Digital Foundation. Let's give him a big hand, everyone. So the way we wanted to keep this session is not straight away go into a Q&A, but actually hear each one's opinion, and each one of them has put together a short presentation for about 5 to 7 minutes, and then basis on what they speak, I'm going to just ask them a few questions. So over to Manish ji first. We'll just see if they can project his presentation. AV team, please. And we can see here.
Okay. The topic is, will free TV kill pay?
Most of them over will say, no, pay will exist, pay will be there in front, ahead of free. But no, I believe that in next 10 years, free will overtake pay. And that's all borne out from the numbers which are coming along. The basic data of how many TV homes we have and how many of them have a television. So we have a 70% penetration on the homes. But what is interesting over here is the South that takes the lead in the penetration because of the policy of the Tamil Nadu government of giving free television as a part of election manifesto. You have a penetration of 97.7% in Tamil Nadu, 92.9% in Karnataka, and 90% in Kerala. But our most popular states, UP, Bihar, and MP, are quite behind. UP only has a penetration of less than 35%, Bihar less than 30%, and MP less than 45%. And when we go back to each of those states, we see a lot of good opportunities coming along. Like UP, the free TV is much more than pay TV, and out of the 40 million homes, 23 million homes have to be yet to be shielded. There's no television in 23 million homes. So today also, 60% of UP is in darkness. When you come down to Bihar, out of 9.9 million homes, 5.5 are free TV and 4.4 are pay TV. And out of 29 million homes, 19 million homes has no television. So this is where the growth is going to come. And since these are the places where we are having higher proportion of free TV as compared to pay, this is where we see the free growing in a big way. Again, I'm just focusing on unidirectional TV, not on smart TVs. So when you look at unidirectional TV, the pay TV is declining from 19 to 24, from 133 million to 111 million, a fall of nearly 16%, and free has grown from 38 to 49. That's a growth of nearly 26%. And what does unidirectional TV look at going forward? 111 to 2030 going to 81, and free TV from 49 going to 57. But this was the talks we are having till Monday morning. Suddenly Monday and Tuesday, the big four of our pay broadcasters have bid for free TV. They are coming back after 3 years onto free TV. That is Zee Anmol, Star Utsav, Sony Pearl, and Color Rishte. And how does that impact? It impacts that when I look at 2030 numbers, it's quite possible that because they're coming onto free TV, we may have both of them equal. Pay TV and free TV could be equal because you're having all the four of them coming to free TV. And it's not only that they're coming to free TV. Why is the pay going to decline? One, the same, whichever free TV channels we're having today, most of them, GC channels, are relying on the content of pay networks to survive. There are so many shows which are there from pay, like Adalat, CID, Arif Laila, and many more which I don't recollect, which are the shows of pay broadcaster which are making today the free broadcasters survive. It's not only that. All these people, as Harit said, put their content on their OTT platforms, either after 24 hours, or there are some broadcasters which put the content on OTT before the telecast on their own satellite channel. So when the content is so easily available for a woman who is traveling in a train in the morning to watch on her mobile, why would she go and watch it in the evening on a television? Or when the content is easily available, I can go and watch in the night. Why do I spend time watching with advertisements? So this is one of the reasons. The second reason is going to decline. Third,
These pay TV networks, they buy movies which are quite costly, and then they end up putting it on their free channels. The classic case is Gadar 2. It came on Z TV, Z Cinema, and within 7 days, it was there on Z Anmol Cinema. So when you have a movie like Gadar 2 coming in 7 days on a free network, what happens? This is not the only case. Bade Miyan Chote Miyan came on Sony Max, and within 3 months, it was there on Sony One. Similarly, 12th Fail, iconic movie. Within 5 months from Sony Max, it came down to Sony One. So when we're having so much of content available for the audience in free without spending money, why would free TV not grow? And this is where Goldmine has been different. Goldmine's content, the key titles of Goldmines have never been there on any OTT platform. We always say that movie viewing is snack viewing. It is not appointment viewing. And GEC viewing is appointment. At Goldmines, I have tried to work to convert the snack viewing to appointment viewing. Today also, 50 of my top movies are only on television. They are not on any OTT platform anywhere. We have curated the content. We don't have the decay in the content. And we have ourselves made the content. We have worked on the content, understood the audience psyche, and built this company. And that's why I remain to be the #1 movie channel of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Akshat, next, over to you, please. AV team, please, next presentation.
Hello everyone. So as ma'am introduced me, I'm Akshat Singhal from Dangal TV, and I'm one of the directors. My father started this company in 2000, and the company Entertainment Television was started in 2009, and Dangal TV was launched in 2014. Currently, the network owns like 5 TV channels, out of which 2 are Hindi and 3 others are regional channels. And Dangal TV currently is India's #1 TV channel. It's India's #1 TV channel. So today we're going to talk about FTA and Pay, right? FTA and Pay are just B2B jargon. Consumers want to watch good content, whatever they like, and they don't care if it's on pay TV or free TV. Our job is to make sure that the best stories and production values are given to them, and they show our appreciation by giving their time. We bring entertainment to everyone, and we bring entertainment to everyone and everyone. This is the only strategy we had any chance of success when we started the business, as there were so many barriers to pass on from. For example, from placement to positioning. Our journey has not been easy, and it's been years of tweaking and learning and being patient with the business. I believe we must break this myth of free or pay, as it only suits some companies. Our content is appreciated across India and Bharat. We are in the top 2 TV channels in Hindi GEC in terms of time spent in urban and rural, as we aspire with continual efforts on good storytelling, and now we are #1. Next slide. As per Omdia, advertising supported video revenue, ad-supported video revenue will be bigger than pay TV and SWOT put together worldwide by 2030, and India is clearly a price-sensitive market. Advertising is our main source of revenue, and we work hard on driving growth for our advertisers and partners by giving them reach and brand-safe content. A lot of advertisers need to know that Dangal is only built on fresh content, that we work with best creative talent and production houses in the country. In fact, many investments in the content is more than many pay channels when it comes from like-to-like programming. While we deliver well in rural, we also do great in urban markets. We have 26% share of rural GRPs, while the #1 urban channel has 21% of urban GRPs. The rural market has shown great growth of consumption over last 4 quarters, outpacing the consumption in urban market, as we have all been tracking, 15% of volume and the value of FMCG business is now in rural. With great incentives provided to rural India by the government in this budget, this will only help in the growth of consumption for all categories of business. At the end, I would just like to mention, audience don't choose content based on which TV or platform. They just like to watch content that they love and relate. Our responsibility is to produce great content and work with the best producers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Akshat.
Thank you, Akshat, and thank you, Manish ji. I think this whole topic given by, Vikram and Sam, possibly they were both, in my mind, were, given this thing from Satya. So saying that, why not one TV kill the other TV, I will survive. So I think this whole topic about FTA versus pay TV is just a misnomer. I think both of you did very well presented in your presentation that, content is the king and eyeballs move to where the content is. Now, what this particular, I'll dwell more into the way, we were talking about FTA will kill pay TV, definitely not. There are audiences, Mr. Harit Nagpal showed that there are every spectrum of audiences which has the capacity to consume every kind of content and at every sphere of, devices which they can afford or cannot afford. I need to, I think, move this. Thank you. The green one, this one, right? So in my mind, answer in one word is never. FTA cannot kill, TV will never kill TV. Or a linear form of television will never kill a linear form of television. It will keep changing its form and different तरीके से राक्षस आपको दिखाई देगा, but दिखता रहेगा in my mind. Let's dwell back to certain data which even Manish ji showed also. Today we are 210 million households. Harit also showed this number. We are currently 40 to 45 million, total free TV households today. There are about 70 to 100 million which most of us are claiming who are no TV. Even Ashish said 600 million. Oh, sorry, Harit sir had said 600 million, TV households which don't have TV at all right now. So they are going to come into, and definitely those people will first upgrade to a free TV. But that doesn't mean the people who are right now subscribing free TV, they are going to remain at the lowest rung of the poverty. They are going to grow up. Right from Ashish's presentation to everybody, we show that the middle belly is becoming fat. So, we are in the economy where we are in the range of about 3,000 to 2,000 or 3,000 reaching 3,000 to 5,000 dollars per capita income right now. So that means that, people will start upgrading themselves to enjoy more premium content, more premium entertainment. So my point is that tomorrow, people who are having FTA today will upgrade to pay TV, and people who don't have TV at all possibly start with the free TV entertainment. Now what is being offered there is completely dependent upon the carriers or the people who are, serving those channels out there. Now, let's talk a little bit about pay TV. Pay TV is not only going to be primarily linear, CTV is growing and that is going to be the game changer. From a broadcaster's point of view, one has to be focused on, like even today Tata Sky offers you binge as well as the, normal linear TV or linear HD forms of TV itself. That means tomorrow we as a broadcaster also has to be wary of the fact that smart TVs are growing, the transmission of or the streaming of content will take a different shape. So hence pay will align with CTV to grow, but the large screen will continue to hold the the attention of people. And I'm sure a lot of others have also spoken about it. And as we see, pay TV plus CTV. As a medium is expected to grow 5 to 7%. There will be enough room for FTA, pay TV, CTV to all go together. I think that's where we need to concentrate. We are not going to kill each other, or neither of the, the entertainment is going to kill any forms of transmission of content. It is that each of us will survive, each mediums will survive in its own way. However, the content will decide how and where and what. In its windowing strategy, people will consume what, and hence has to pay what kind of price, or they can be offered free. It really depends upon what is consumer is willing to pay. And more the discerning the consumer, I think that's where the advertiser money will also ride. Now let's deep dive into FTA and pay TV narrative. Now FTA, what went well for FTA was that, government supported it. It was an affordable nature, no additional monthly spends or subscription was required. Obviously, national programming was only free at that time, so Krishi Darshan and, mostly the Doordarshan shows were available, and suddenly came this little bit more refined form of entertainment from the broadcasters. So it helped grow the FTA immediately. And today it's reached to 40-45 million households. But what fell short was the premium content, which now I think Dangal has started to provide in last 1.5 years. However, it is still not enough for the consumer. They are still seeking more and more entertainment from more and more premium content, but then they have to pay for it. And that is where the thin line remains in between a free and a pay TV, that if you want to offer a premium content, then you have to make him start to pay, even if it is smaller. So I think we have to figure out a certain, small sachet strategy also there. And I mean, Harit sir, maybe you start looking at something where is, those kind of strategies where how to upgrade this free TV guys to the pay channels, etc. And that will help the overall economy of the television industry also. And as Manish also showed in his presentation, the regional space, and which is where the whole TV pie is still holding on, even digital isn't able to penetrate. The reason being, there are 95 to 80, 97% households who are penetrated in those markets with the television set. The consumer is so habitual of watching right from morning till night their daily soap of entertainment or daily dose of entertainment, I would say. They're unable to change their habits because there is nothing much more there to offer to them. And regionalization is very important, because any content to grow beyond, or have an attention of a consumer, you have to start doling that consumer in its own language and its own cultural nuances. And that's what TV content or, linear TV content providers have able to capture that imagination very well till now. And even the web series and movie producers are finding it tough to break that habit. So as I said, the actual narrative is more about linear plus digital. This is what the battlefield will be. We'll have to all grow together. We'll have to figure out how the rise of OTT platform can create a battleground for FTA and pay TV, where a flexibility of content will be there, because OTT gives you as and when where to watch. However, for a or linear TV, you have to, or a streaming channel, you have to watch as per the appointment of time. So we'll have to create content which deserves to have an appointment viewing, and that's where the whole content producers will have to fight that battle. So then what can pay TV do better? As I said, we'll have to produce content which is relevant. It has to continue to be in a way, the windowing strategy has to be built that the person who's willing to pay for that content has to see that content first, and then later on you can show it to the person who's watching every content free. We'll have to, the non-fiction strategies has been very weak over the last few years. We have not come up with many, ideas on non-fiction, which actually keeps bringing consumer back onto, other than sports or maybe a very big movie. You are unable to bring a consumer back on TV. So I think non-fiction is something which continues to, excite the imagination of a consumer, and I think that will help build the pay TV ecosystem even better. And of course, there is no second to the high quality content one has to produce. And when there is so much penetration in the regional market, I think that's where the whole fight is, that we have to continue to create a huge and very high quality regional content, which will, continue to address that audience and, slows down the shift to any other medium. And of course, to support all this, since there are a lot of media people sitting here, I want you to rethink the media planning approach. There is an over focus on achieving planning efficiencies by advertisers today. They want to advertise on FTA genres and digital in the favor of, they put both these genres in the media plans. But what is happening, the downside is the advertiser end up spending money on a so-called efficient media plan, but lose on delivering on a quality viewer which is sitting in the middle basket, which the paid GC or a cinema genre is real consuming class is having, and they can deliver that kind of an audience. So I think that's today media planner wants to, on TV it is not so sexy to today plan. So they want to just go and put the best possible efficient manner planning, and they don't want to make so much of effort there. I think that is where the effort has to come back, and it will revive the TV industry growth. And because you cannot ignore 160, 170 million households, you cannot ignore the power of throwing message at one go to hundreds of millions of people, whereas digital only can give you very sharp targeting. And yes, it can create and build behaviors differently, but the mind measures of a TV advertising, the trust factor which comes with the TV advertising, cannot be replaced by any other medium. I think that's where I will leave it this to. And my conclusion, we as TV industry aren't doing enough about actually propagating about the linear TV's growth or the linear TV's strength. I think this is where we have to come together, and we'll have to start changing the narrative, because the narrative about OTT and digital is very trendy. And we are all talking about that. Even if I go to any marketing association, awards, etc., the people who are getting awards in marketing fraternity is how well they planned on digital, right? I mean, what was the use and the way they utilized television in their media plans or in their marketing communication strategies? Nobody's talking about it. It was just a plan. Maybe some small medium media planner must have made that plan. I'm not bothered. I created something, an influencer-led strategy on YouTube or on Meta, which helped me grow my brand. And that metrics would have moved the needle not even 0.1%. The TV plan would have made the entire 95% of sale of that product. But that was already happening, na? So that is not sexy. The new trend is sexy. I think that is where we all look at. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Ashish. We have a few minutes. We may need 2-3 more minutes, because I do have some questions, and especially basis the conversations that you all have made. First of all, I'd like to make some observations. Ashish said that FTA growth will stabilize by 2030. It will grow from 45 million to about 60 odd million, which is exactly what Manish Ji's presentation also said. But what Ashish did not cover is the decline in pay TV that Manish's slide stated, from 111 million to 82 million. So just highlighting that. And of course, Ashish has rightly so brought in the colors of digital and CTV, but the conversation today was not that. The conversation today was FTA pay, so just clarifying that. No comments asked because we won't leave time on this one, just my observations. First question I have now is that Ashish, you mentioned about a quality viewer. And I think even before that, Harith has mentioned about, how free content is given so easily to us and this whole observation, which very rightly, Manishji mentioned very tactically and strategic, I think it's strategy and tactic there, that he buys the digital rights of movies, but he does not put it on OTT. I hope you got that point. Very intelligent point, I thought. And because of that, the TV viewership on FTA on his channel is high. So my question is, how would you really define a quality viewer? And if it is about the mid of the pyramid that Harith mentioned, and we all know we are all growing in terms of our consumption, then is FTA really about affordability or is it about price sensitivity? We all are price sensitive. I mean, I don't think I can say I'm not price sensitive, even though I may be sitting in this room with, a lot of the durables or in a well-to-do family, etc., etc. So my question is that it's really not about affordability, and if it was so, if FTA homes are so low end as the way in the pyramid, then my ask from both of you is that do you not get premium brands on your channel? And keep it short please because we have more questions. Just name the brands you have.
We are getting all the premium brands from a Maruti. You can talk of it. You can talk of a Skoda or anyone. We are getting all the premium brands, whether it is auto or it's any other. My team is doing well. They are doing extremely well job in getting all the premium brands.
Let's give that a big hand. So I don't know, we can do conversations outside, but this is a question I had for the audience to think. Is it really affordability? That's one point. And if you want to make a short comment on that, welcome to do that. Short comment.
So he's right. That, premium brands have the offerings for the upcoming consumers as well. So it's the companies who have brands which are in different strata and different price points. So even if then, Maruti's advertising, they're looking at a smaller car, they're not, advertising.
I don't think he's mentioning that. He's got his highest SUVs, right? I mean, yeah.
Yes,
so
but that doesn't mean that, so what also...
Unless you say the media planner like you were mentioning doesn't care where it goes, I don't think I'll take that for a reason. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you short. But that's not true. He gets the highest premium brands, by the way, guys, in the room, yeah? And let me tell you, Gold Mines is amongst the top channels as a media planner in urban homes in reach terms, yeah? Just a point to say. It's not that it's only FTA among FTA homes.
So he is not just FTA. See, the gold mine is available today across all cable operators, all DTH operators, as well as, the free dish. Hence, the reach of this channel. I mean, if you're talking, there is a free dish only channel.
No, we're talking free to air. Why would he not be free to air?
Yeah, and a free-to-air channel. Free-to-air comes into a basic pack which is available across all this thing, and he's doling out quality programming every day. So why will not a quality consumer will come and access
but that's
the
what
same time
FTA is. We're not talking DD only here. We're talking FTA channels, right? Okay, anyway, so the next point I had was, again, about premium content, and again, we heard about, the potential of 18 crore per million versus 100 crore per million. And we talked about, you also mentioned that there's not much premium content and there's only Dangal currently who's investing in pure play content in terms of premium content. And I think, Akshat, you do a lot in the content space, even outside of television.
Yes.
So what is your take on how and why do you invest on premium content today? How does it make it more sustainable? Because obviously it's not been sustainable otherwise for a lot more people. You seem to be the only channel doing that. Would you like to comment?
So basically the content part, I think so our research team and the directors have really understood what kind of content does the TV audience really want. That is like, they really want a relatable content and something which is which solves the society's issues, like, so I think so that's the content we got, and that people are loving it. That's why I think so.
I got that, but the question is more around the investment that you're making in terms of content. Because you rely so much on advertising and you're a free-to-air channel. So how are you investing so much? Is it making sense for you?
I mean, currently it's making sense for us, and I hope in future too.
Ashish, what are your comments?
Of course, if he's investing only if he's making money, right? So, but the point is that, you know, you invest, what is it, to what tune you want to invest your monies, and what high ticket, you know, products you want to. Creating soaps for female-led audiences is obviously, there is a certain quality which you can produce, but there are always, you know, situations where you have to invest into very high-ticketed, you know, non-fiction content. I haven't seen any non-fiction content
that's
yet
true.
on
Non-fiction,
Dangal,
of course.
right?
Yeah.
Or big movies, or premieres of movies. So that, from that perspective, you have, when you are getting premium content, you need certain, you know, segments of economy to pay for it. Whether it is consumer first paying for it and then advertiser paying for it, and maybe at a later stage you try to, जैसे बोलते हैं ना, गन्ने का जूस फिर से निकालना है तो आप फ्री में भी डाल दीजिए. But अगर आपको पूरा चेन को लेना है, तो you have to figure out today, even in a digital economy, whether it is YouTube, they started with free, they captured the consumers. But ultimately, they started pay, this thing offerings on even YouTube today, right? So it is not that, it is at the strata of the consumer's economy and mindset and the likings.
Sure.
Will you put Super Bowl or a IPL, you know, like that, unless and until you have already got such a huge reach?
Sure. So Ashish, on your part, on all these 3 years, the big fours were out of the picture on bidding. What is your view on this recent Zee and Mole breaking the whatever, breaking it basically?
How do you know Zee and Mole has taken this thing slot?
It's out, right? Day before yesterday. It's out. Yeah, it's officially out.
It's not officially out, but I don't know. But yes, Zee as a strategy is looking at play into every category of, audiences, as I said. We are looking in a very heavily investing into pay economy for the pay TV consumer. We are also looking at investing into, our Z5 app. But at the same time, there is a huge amount of content which is available today for us as a fresh content to a free dish consumer, right? Or to a base pack consumer today. That is something we are revisiting as a strategy. So it is for us about windowing the content in a manner the way consumer can pay.
Yeah, because as of now, when you were last on FTA, you were only showing repeat content. So if you're going to come back, that would have to change. Is there any thoughts on that?
Not yet. I don't like to reveal that right now.
Okay. Okay, any last comments, Manishji?
Nothing. Even today, if we have made a company to grow, Goldman is to grow, we have invested a lot in our fresh content. And most of our movies which are being played are not repeats, or they are not taken from any other broadcaster. We have our own movies which have been running, and they don't run on digital also.
Yeah, that is your key that we all heard very well. So great, we are on time then. Time's up. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone.
Very interesting topic of conversation. Will FTA kill pay TV?
A few questions from the audience, please. Okay, yeah,
Yes,
sure.
yes, please.
Would you like a mic? One sec, Raj.
I have a quick question. While you get premium content, why is it you don't get the same yield?
Same yield.
Same yield. Okay.
I think so. We've been working month on month, year on year to increase the yields. And if you check with any of the advertiser or any of the media agencies, we are maybe max 10-15% lower than a pay broadcaster. And let Harit help me, I'll go beyond them.
The same question goes to Dangal.
That's a very good question. We have been stick to one of our kind of shows, and we don't move around a lot of genres until we really crack the business plan. So I think that's the answer.
You know, your answer should have been ask the media planners.
Ask the media planners.
I gave you a window, you lost it.
Yeah.
I would like to add there, since you said ask the media planners, today the media planner is going beyond the boundaries of genres. So it's no longer an FTA genre versus a pay genre or a GC1 or a GC2, though we still have it in some charts, but actually that's not there. So it's typically, what's getting the viewer, and that's a big change that we are seeing, yeah.
No, I think it's really interesting. In a group that is full of advertising and media people, the answer is very simple. It's the brand. And it's the premium that the brand attracts, which these two brands are not able to attract. It's as simple as that.
Let me just recall something that I told Manish in this room about 1 year ago when I met him. And I said, if you really want to go up the value chain and improve your yields, you need to have two channels. One called gold mines for the pay TV, and one called silver mines for free to air.
I thought on it. And then when the advertising market started falling from November, I said, let's focus on one channel, let's make it grow.
But Raj, you rightly said the yields on the television industry itself depends upon the media planners today and the media mix they create. And I think the ignorance of the way media has to be bought in and television's, specifically linear TV's importance in the total media mix, we are losing relevance there. And if you see, in last 1 year, the consumptions have gone down in the premium, category. The reason being the awareness, which is the top of funnel awareness, funnel, we are started less focusing on. We're going through internet, which is purely a discounted economy, because you want to sell more by giving more and more discounts. No brand, forget television brands, even the brands the advertiser, the brands which they are selling are unable to command premium in the market today, because we are playing in the hands of the consumer through this customer acquisition strategies. And I think that is where the advertisers have to start thinking back, and they have to start putting premium to their own brand. Only then they will also start paying the right yield to the deserving eyeballs they are getting. I think I'll leave it to that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for the insightful discussion. Now, this is what we call a great session. Here on the stage, to and from the audiences as well. I'd like to call on stage Ms. Madhu S. Datta, Head of Marketing, Communications and Content, Raymond Lifestyle, to please felicitate our esteemed panelists. Everybody please, Madhu S. Datta. I request everyone to please at the back, please give a round of applause. Thank you. Time for a picture. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for an insightful discussion. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite our next speaker. Once again, Mr. Satya Raghavan. Welcome back. Please come up on stage. Director Marketing Partners, Google India, as he is here to discuss CTV, the smarter choice.
Thank you. Hi. After that extremely violent session with all those wild accusations about me giving a supari via Sam Balsara, just wanted to clarify nothing of the sort. The only thing I hope to now kill is the presentation. So let's hope that goes well this time. So let me dive straight in, right? I always like to start at the beginning of time. How many of you are familiar with this era? None, because you weren't there. This was millions and millions of years ago, and really marketing hadn't yet begun then. The only marketing philosophy at play was that, you would get eaten up by a bigger fish. So it paid to be as large as possible. Things moved on. This is an era we're all familiar with, the Jurassic era. Here, obviously, the more aggressive you were, it allowed you to grow a little bit more. Things rapidly moved to the broadcast era. Only Vikram Sakuja got that joke, but yeah. And things started to get maybe a little smarter, but I don't know why we still call it the idiot box. A few more years happened and we entered this area of precision, right, where we wanted to be very precise about where our advertising lands, because for years we were trying to solve that debate about where does half of my budget go and things like that. So the area of precision started, and we all remember a lot of those pesky SMSs that would hit us when we entered a mall. Things again moved very rapidly to an era that we are pretty much in now, which is called the predictive era. Sorry, I converted my Google slides to Microsoft PPT, so some of those dots have moved. But imagine what it would look like. So we are pretty much in the predictive era, where it's really the algorithm which actually will predicts where your next customer is going to be and serves the ad almost in real time. But it didn't rest there. All that machine language learning and all of that came outside the hood, and we are now firmly in the beginning of the generative era, where I was going to play this video. I created this video of a dolphin gliding seamlessly using Gemini, which is a Google product, but Microsoft is not letting me play that right now. Just so that you know all these eras, and there are some commonalities to this era. I'm not saying anything, but my objective, Sam, a couple of years ago I told you this, is to get you to deliver a keynote on AI at one of our events, and I will push you a little bit more on that. But we're all fortunate where we are seeing all of these play out in front of us, and we'll all live to tell amazing tales. And a couple of sessions, Gauravjit is going to talk about AI, Vikram is going to talk about AI. So it's very exciting times. But what does all of this mean on another kind of evolutionary scale, which is happening, which happened here? And this is really like 100-year-old story. I tried to first paint a million-year or a billion-year story. This is just a 100-year story in that sense. That is John Logie Baird, who invented the television. And pretty much, things have evolved so rapidly. By the way, it's really funny because I actually tried to search for a color TV on Amazon. Color TV is what we all grew up with, right? The front of the audience. And I was just trying to search for a color TV, and everything that came was smart. Apparently 40 million smart TVs got sold in the last 3 or 4 years. Every subsequent TV that's going to get replaced is going to be smarter in that sense. So I'm here to talk about whether CTV or the connected TV, and Harit said it's not just broadband, it's many ways to get a TV to become smarter or connected to the internet. The CTV or the smart TV, whether it is the smarter choice. The answer is a resounding yes, but I'll kind of lay it down with a few more data pieces as I go along. I was actually going to play the first ad that ever played on electronic TV. It was for a watch called Bulova. Sam remembers it. And I was also going to play the first color TV ad that played in Indian television. It's a 2-minute ad, actually. It's really fantastic. But we won't play that right now. But really, what does this mean for a marketeer, right? All these evolutions. We saw how media has kind of evolved. We saw how TV or television has kind of evolved, or ways of consumption has evolved. But what does it really mean? As a marketer, we all grew up with this paradigm. When I was a brand manager many years ago, it was about the right message at the right moment. That was what, at Diwali we have to put out our ad. Something like that is how most brand managers, media planners thought. As a few years evolved, it became, I talked about the precision era. So it became about, zero wastage. That I need to have an ad for the man. I need to have an ad for the man in Punjab, as Harit seems to be obsessed with. I need to have an ad that can actually work for the whole family. So we started to become very precise, and it became about the right person with the right message at the right moment. As we moved into the predictive era, it became all about insights. The algorithmic way of reaching, using insights, saying what does this person really like? What do they have affinities for? And can I then predict that this person who's going to watch this piece of content is going to be a good consumer for you? But today, as we are in this generative era, it's really become far more intelligent. And please take photographs of this slide and post it with hashtag PMAR 2025 with me on it. Because this really, I feel, is a way in which most of the agile marketers or the really forward marketers are thinking today. It starts with data. First party data. It starts with how you can, I've come across now a new terminology in the recent 6 months. There are now house of brands which have data poor brands and data rich brands. And they're thinking of cross-pollinating those. So it's all starting with data for a marketer in this intelligent era. Then it becomes about running the right analysis, which then gives you the right insight. Then it allows you to target the right person with the right message at the right moment far, far more efficiently. And sitting in between all of this is this amazing continuum of consumption screens, right? We all have this fancy mobile. I'm willing to give you a 5-second break if you want to check your WhatsApp message or give the OTP to the Amazon guy. But we all, are addicted pretty much to our mobile phones in one way or another. We have, good old traditional TV, all that free TV debate that we had just recently. But right in the middle of all of this is this connected TV. In fact, a few years ago, a whole lot of people actually started to make dumb televisions a lot more smarter. And, I think that's going to get second wind very soon is what I feel. But the connected TV is just amazing. How many of you here have like an iPhone? Yeah, so you guys have spent like lakhs on it. Now, you could actually put a connected TV in every room of your house with that kind of money today. So think about connected TV not just as a TV which is in that living room, but literally anywhere you want it, where your kid now probably has a connected TV in their room. Your grandparents, if you live in a joint family, have a connected TV in their room. So we're seeing, consumption change in very interesting manners. So it's no longer about the household. It's back to the individual with a connected TV, right? And obviously, if you're watching OTTs, you have now multiple logins, right? Because you want to preserve your history. You want to know what your wife is watching, but you want your own history. So you all have multiple logins. So even if you have one television, it's creating multiple consumption experiences for everybody in the family. So it's really important to understand all those nuances that are happening in that house right now. It always helps to learn from slightly mature markets. So this is from eMarketer, I think, and the US has 230 million CTV users. That's about 70% of the population, right? So that's where this market can go at this point of time, and I want to dive in with some numbers. This is, again, usually that source is kept in 5 points, but I've made it a little big to say that it's a third-party research that we were also a part of. A Kantar iCube or a Kantar Google report, there are about 90 million connected TV users in India. Again, these are users. I'm not talking about physical connected TVs, nor am I talking about households. I'm talking about 90 million connected TV users. 61% of urban CTV viewers are actually concurrent viewers, meaning they're watching a lot of things at the same time. And interestingly, 33% of urban CTV viewers are cord cutters, as Ashish Sehgal would call it, TV killers, right? In that sense. So they are cord cutters. So very interesting market that's kind of getting created around CTV. We have a lot more visibility on what is happening on YouTube, obviously. It is the #1 platform on connected televisions. This is our stated number, which is 60 million people streamed YouTube on their TV screens in India in the recent past. 50% of YouTube CTV time is, of a long duration, 21 minutes and more, and 2.5 hours of average daily logged in viewers' time is spent per day. So a lot of consumption happening on CTV at this point of time, and because of the way it's evolving, YouTube. Sorry, Ashish, while you were away, I cracked a few jokes at your expense as well, and I'm waiting for you to take back those wild accusations. So some more details, and we have a lot more insights at the end of this. There will be a code that you can scan, and that should give you a lot more information and things like that. But the other thing is, when you think about Google, YouTube, it's not about our platform. It's also about a way in which we are able to get their entire ecosystem to the advertiser. So through our products like DV360, programmatic buying and things like that, the entire connected TV universe or consumption is available to you. Whether it is YouTube or JioCinema or Sony, Z5, it's possible for a media planner to actually have a very, very connected TV focused media plan with some amazing numbers. And Vikram's special request to me was that, please show some numbers and show how measurement is working. So I have some of that coming as well, Vikram. And again, a lot of good technology in there that takes care of frequency capping. There was a recent report out in Ken, which talked about something else. Some examples, if you had a meager budget of 2.7 crores, you could actually reach 51 odd million people with that budget, right? With a very good impression count, average frequency of 5.8, and these are the kind of reach curves that we are seeing on some of these campaigns that have recently happened. More of this, there's a product called the Masthead, so 60 million impressions, you could actually reach 20 million people on just one weekend. Again, multiple formats, and I won't sweat all the details here, but I have a few slides which illustrate that. The masthead is a very powerful product. You all have bought a YouTube masthead at some point of time or the other. It gives you amazing reach. Same on CTV as well, right? It gives you a very rich environment to kind of, and again, all the other OTTs also have similar products which you can then use on CTVs. I'm going to kind of skip to save a little bit of time. The other interesting thing, and all of you are thinking about your IPL plans at this point of time, you actually have non-skips as well on CTV, right? There are advertisers who believe in the theory of non-skip, and then there are advertisers who believe in the theory of skip. So you have non-skip as well on CTV. It's a lot of interactivity that is getting built, and as I said, right, we are probably 3 or 4 years into this CTV revolution, 90 million people in India, but look at where it is in America, and look at all the kind of product innovation that will come here. Simple things like driving actionability through phones, and this is quite fantastic. This is a case that is public now, and it just happened about 3-4 weeks ago with Kia, the car for Seltos. There was a QR code, and that actually increased conversion rate, OTP verified conversion rate, I've been asked to clarify, 3.6x than normal. So again, a very powerful, not just brand building, but an amazing opportunity to drive action on CTV. There's a lot of measurement, and I'll keep this slide but not go into too much detail. There's a lot of measurement that you now have, right? Earlier, Harit had a very interesting acronym or a full form for the TV measurement system. First time I heard it, but the kind of measurement now you have is to the power of million of that. Because if you have a campaign that delivers 250 million impressions, every impression is measurable. Every impression is identifiable. So all of that now happens on CTV. And again, this benefits the entire industry. More importantly, for our customers, it gives them a lot more efficiency and the ability to have something that is so measurable. I'll skip a couple of these. You can also measure brand lift on CTV. These are all common ways in which we measure lift across digital platforms, also possible on CTV. And also, typically sometimes you have campaigns where you don't specify that it's just a connected TV campaign. You can do only connected TV campaigns, but when you have campaigns which are generally targeting video users, you also have campaigns that will land on CTV. Now imagine where you've done all of that data analysis that I talked about, and I'm going to show you a video which again I won't play, but you all remember that Shah Rukh Khan ad which Mondelez kept winning awards for even till this year, where they did that AI lip sync and they got Shah Rukh Khan to mention, or that voice to mention a different outlet. But what most people don't know is So, yeah. Okay, what most people don't know is that 110,000 ad units were created in that campaign, which were meticulously targeted to pin codes across the country. So the power of having the right data, having the right insight, and then using solutions like this to not just target a consumer on video, but also on the connected TV on a large screen and things like that, it just opens up the opportunities for your brand. There are now advanced data mining platforms like ADH, which allow you to get insights not just on our own platforms, but across third-party publishers. So a lot of insight there. Some case studies here, again, I won't sweat much of the details, but I think here it talked about how it targeted, it was a really well-targeted campaign. And this is another case study that I have from Geo Cinema and many others. I won't sweat all the details. I just want to end again with this slide. I won't play the video, but as a marketer, this is the moment, right? We owe it to our customer to create the best possible media plan for them using the best possible platforms, whether it is FTA, pay TV, whether it is CTV, whether it is digital and all of that. But the accountability on us is higher. And if you've seen the kind of growths that we had last year, can we beat those growth numbers? I dare say yes, we can beat those growth numbers, purely by becoming even more accountable and responsible as an industry. I'll leave you with that, and thank you very much. I think I saved us a lot of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghavan. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Satya Raghavan. Also, I'd like to call on stage Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Raghavan. I'd like everyone to please give a better round of applause, a bigger round of applause. If you notice, we are clearly making it the Wednesday Wisdom. We are glad to have with us Mr. Vivek Malhotra, Group CMO, COO Consumer Revenue, COO Enterprise Strategy India Today Group. Please give a bigger round of applause as he comes on stage to discuss standardization of viewability in digital. Mr. Vivek Malhotra.
Thank you. Had a lovely time with you at India Today. This almost looks AI generated. The subject's not AI. But I'd like to start with a very, very warm and honest compliment to the Pitch Madison report, because I think of all the reports that come into the market, the only one that comes with a disclaimer that this does not include MSME makes it far more credible than any other report I've seen over the years. And I think that deserves a round of applause. As a publisher myself, I cannot identify in a certain ad unit on one page whether the ads come direct or it's come programmatic and at what yield does it come. And for somebody to go and say the whole entire digital market is worth so much seems to be baseless. So a very, very warm compliment. I thought I'm going to give it after, if I weren't invited here, I would have done it over a phone call. But Vikram sir, Sam sir, you've been very, very kind. So here is the apple of discord. This actually, we almost played it here when Satya just walked out of the presentation. I thought he'd press the skip button and it was my time. So this is that 50% of the apple that I brought that we haven't seen. Now, what is viewability? And I did, before I came in here, I did make a couple of calls to a lot of CMO friends, and I asked them viewability and said, no, this is a long debate. It's been happening for a very long time. And finally, we were thinking, is it just an ad metric or is it something else? So to me, before I start, to me, viewability is the base unit of my brand building force. So if my base unit of my brand building force is not seen, I'm actually losing something very important. These base units add together, make it share of mind and then convert it into share of wallet over a period of time. Oh, this is the one? Yeah. Okay. So now hold this thought for a second and see if you didn't have a bottom of the funnel. For a moment, there are brands who have to create new markets for themselves. If you didn't have a bottom of the funnel, would you take viewability as easy or not? Would you not be playing on imagery? Would you not be playing on top funnel things? And would you not keep viewability at the heart of everything you do? Now you can squeeze the bottom of the funnel and say, okay, I've done a good marketing job, but have you done justice to top of the funnel? And a very interesting incident, there was actually a pitch to a client, and there's an agency that comes and says, you should not be bidding for branded keywords. And you know, the client was just, I mean, they were sort of taken aback, and how does this happen? But think about it. He is a consumer who's already going to come. He's going to come in 1 month, he's going to come in 3 months, or he's going to come in 6 months, but he's going to come and buy your product. Why would you want to spend on that person? Now this is, I mean, I'd like to ask all the CMOs here, and if Satya's also here, has anybody ever done a 100% viewability campaign? So I've run a lot of campaigns, and I've been trying for the last 15 days to run a campaign which gives me 100% viewability. I have not been able to get it, even on one platform. So I tried Meta, I've tried Google, I've tried YouTube. Even on one single platform, it's impossible to get 100% viewability. So maybe the question is not just maximizing viewability, maybe it is optimizing viewability. But even that can happen after you've standardized viewability. So simple maths, I had actually asked for a blackboard and thought I'm very old and I won't be able to handle it. But assume you have a brand lift of 120 and you paid for 100 impressions, which means 1.2 is your brand uplift per view. And if you were to take away the rough estimate is that about 54% of your ads are not viewed. So if you were to divide it just by these 46, imagine you go from a brand lift of 1.2, you go to a brand lift of more than 2 times, 2.6 per view. That's how important viewability is. If I have the viewability, I can actually go and aspire for a 2.6 return. We work in organizations, and it is actually depends on the level of hierarchy where the decision is getting made. The CEO is looking at not just the immediate return, he is also looking at creating future demand. The CRO is looking at his incentive. And the CMO is finding a way to come and ask Vikram that I need some place to come and talk about it. But that's the idea. That's where whether the viewability should be maximized or to be optimized, the decision has to be taken, and that's where people take these decisions. Now look at a luxury product. Would a luxury product say buy now? I haven't seen like that, anything like that. But there are products like Indri, which is doing really well, and they're working on imagery, where imagery is actually dependent on whether the emotions got transferred or not just the buy message. Okay, so this is the internationally accepted standard at the bottom, and I think most of us know about this. But the complexity and the question here to the larger forum is, do we even know what a view is in most of these formats? Most of us are doing multimedia modeling. Marketing mixes have most of these products now. And if I were to ask, we're buying YouTube video 1 second, we're buying it 2 seconds, we're buying it 5 seconds, 5 seconds better than 1 second. Is shorts following the same? Is there banner blindness on banners? Is Hotstar giving a concurrency? And we had, such enormous numbers and growth rates for digital. In fact, I mean, Vikram did tell me that I should be wearing an eye hat when I come here. But, whether we like it or not, every time you were telling me 11%, 7%, 4%, I was thinking of my increment. But this is the question, and just in alone, I have a live product, which is my streaming, where I break my news. I have a live that converts into VOD, where I play my advertising. Then I have shorts that gives me reach, does not give me revenue. Then I have VODs, which are done by a different team. And I have legacy videos that I posted 3 months back that gives me view now. How do I track all of these views? Just in one segment, which is YouTube. You add to this all of this. I'm making it a little easy. That the idea was to say that, we've got into those matrices, we've got into those laptops, we know the plan has to be made, and then you let it mature over a period of time and you think numbers will come. But have we in that race, now that we've matured, we have a very big number, have we in that race lost the idea of humanizing brands? Now, most of these brands work like humans, they get perceived like humans, and there are places. And the ways to increase viewability is to find those places where the media vehicle and the brand has an overlap. I'll give you an idea. I make a decision. There was Delhi elections. So you have to decide which is the anchor who's going to be there when the counting day happens. Then you decide there is a game-changing moment and Mr. Kejriwal loses the New Delhi seat. Then you decide what to do, and finally there is a value system that, I'll go with credibility, I'm going to present facts, and so on and so forth. Similarly, there is a person who is planning a travel to Kumbh. Now he can go by car, he can go by bus, he can go by aeroplane, he can do whatever. Then there is a turning point in his life and there is a stampede in Kumbh. Now he has to take a decision on what he's going to do. Then finally when he gets there, he really wants that reliability that when I get there, I should have a place, I should have my reservation, it shouldn't be that I'm turned back. And finally, there is that value system that I want somebody who's going to ensure my travel and I'm going to come back safe. And he decides and chooses a Make My Trip. Now what happens in this case is, a news channel which has taken that decision and a brand in travel space come together and create an influencer lounge at the Kumbh. Now that gives you viewability, and that gives you viewability at scale. Now, what are we doing at IMAI to ensure that you get a lowest common denominator against which now you have influencers also. We have gentleman from ComScore here, he just told me that he's also coming here. So what he's been able to do is that after you open the doors through viewability, you get into likes, comments, shares. So ComScore with IMAI has actually released a report which is called the Power Ranking Report, which actually tells you what is the virality of the content, what is the conversation that content is creating. And therefore, if it is creating more conversation, it is likely that it has more viewability. And what we are also doing is this Power Rank is getting used to rank influencers. Now to bring in more sanity into how we standardize everything. So there is a way in which we look at TV. You have an ad spot at a certain point, and at 12:44, we had the highest impression, let's say, on TV. At the same time, can I find whether I have same impressions on YouTube? So you actually have tracking mechanisms, and you give username, passwords to the client, and they can actually see their spot logs and see what is the number of concurrent they're getting on YouTube. To this stream, you can add the mobile web. To this, you can add the app. And one impression here, plus one impression on another platform, plus one impression on another platform, plus one impression on another platform, seamlessly adding up without any duplication. Now, what is IMAI doing to ensure that, okay, whatever confusion we have, at least we're not plagued with something which is actually not even human? So there are publishers, a group of publishers who've come together and who've actually, we've not been getting support from AAAI and ISA. We've not actually even gone and presented to them. But they're doing some very advanced analytics through eye tracking. They're making heat maps. They're making quotients to arrive at HQ CPMs where actually there is a lot of attention. There is inline content and advertising placed very close to the inline content, actually almost giving a guarantee that your ad is going to get viewed and there's going to be a certain amount of attention and engagement. Now this comes to what's the solution then? What are the solutions that are coming about, bringing everything together and making sense of the whole thing? It's unique identifier. I mean, as we see it, unique identifier of the ad slot and unique identifier of the person who is viewing. And this can only happen when the industry comes together. When the first party data of a publisher comes and joins and shakes hands with the first party data of a client like ITC. ITC has visibility only till the kirane ka dukan. It may not have visibility to the final consumer. I as a publisher have that. So there is Vikram's apple and there is Vivek's apple, and we feel if we have unique identifiers, we will be able to see both in perspective. And that will be final slide just in time. I think the most followed supply path should be a supply path where viewability is not just an accidental thing, but it's actually at the heart of everything and looked at as a core competitive advantage. And this can only happen when all three of us come together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So please be on stage, everybody, please be on stage. Everyone, Mr. Vivek Malhotra. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Himanshu Khanna, Chief Marketing Officer, Raymond Lifestyles, to please felicitate Mr. Vivek Malhotra. Publisher, platform advertiser, though it looks very tempting. Thank you so much. What a day it is turning out to be. So many insights, wisdom, observation. And now, we'd like to thank our partners as well. This event is powered by our partner Z Entertainment, Extraordinary Together. Can we have a small audio-visual representation of our partner on the big screen, please?
Guys, this is a new assignment.
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने तुम्हें घेर लिया है। कोई प्लान Z तक है हमारे पास।
Can we have a round of applause to our partners, that is Z Entertainment, Extraordinary Together. Now, we move on to a very interesting topic. The topic is Confessions of a Media Auditor. We have with us Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OOH, in an interaction with Meenakshi Menon, founder, Gen 60 Tribe Private Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, bigger round of applause for Mr. Vikram and Ms. Meenakshi Menon.
Very good evening, everyone. I think this is a coup of sorts. I can't remember the last time Meenakshi has actually graced any of these sessions. She is one of the most feisty, the brightest, and one of the most fearless people I have met. And I'm hoping that this is going to be complete gloves off and a very, very candid and provocative session. We're going to be talking about this big issue called the media auditors, who play a pretty big life in the life of media agencies, especially when it comes to pitches. She's probably started that kind of business in India many years back before she sold it. So really get into and start asking her questions. She has a few thoughts of her own that she wants to share. She'll start with that, and then we'll get into the deep end.
Good evening, everyone. It's really lovely to be here. And as Vikram said, when he invited me to speak at this, my first reaction was no, because I was meant to be traveling. And then I thought of it, I said, what an amazing opportunity to spill the beans and tell all the stories, and let you into the confessions of the auditor. Now, the interesting thing is, before we get into confessions, I have a question for you. To all of you in the room, those of you who love your parents, please raise one hand. Any one hand. Okay? Those of you who want to do something for your parents, please raise the other hand. Right? Gosh, it's wonderful to see everybody in the room raise both their hands. And the thing is, because you love your parents and because parents are so dear to us, we have launched this platform called Gen S Life, right? Now, Gen S Life is an app for the 60 plus to build a community for them. And all these tech bros, they walk around with t-shirts with their logos and stuff like that. So I said, you know what? I'm going to be a tech nani. And as a tech nani, I've got my logo on my sari, right? Yeah, so we do things differently. Now, all of you are probably wondering, why am I talking about this? I'm supposed to be confessing stuff and giving you the inside news on auditing and confessions. But you know what? You've just been scammed. You've just been had. You got a taste of what happens with agencies when they sell proprietary media. Right? And as an auditor, for many, many years, we fought against proprietary media because it's selling you something that you may or may not need. Now, the interesting thing is, I have so many anecdotes about audits, being an auditor, but I must confess that ever since I sold the practice to Deloitte, I have not been part of the media business, okay? But at the same time, I must also confess that I set up media audits in the country. So if you have stuff to throw at me, please do. And I'm here to be available to answer questions from advertisers, agencies, and from the media. With that introduction, over to Vikram, who's promised to be really hard on me. And I'm saying, bring it on.
Lovely. We won't have it any other way. Okay, let's go right to the very beginning. After running a media agency, probably Kara was the first proper media independent. So you from there went on to start a media audit. You started Spatial Access.
Right.
Why the switch?
Oh, that's a really lovely story. So what happened is, I talked about proprietary media, right? It was the first IPL. And the first IPL was being sold at a cost of 50,000 per 10 seconds. The channel was selling it at 75,000. One of the biggest buyers, I mean, you all know who I'm talking about, no names to be mentioned, offered it to one of my clients at 50,000 per 10 seconds. And I had negotiated with the agency at 55. And my client was about to sign. They were very happy because the standard rate was 75. I had got 55. And the biggest buyer goes and offers it to my client at 50. Unfortunately for them, they made the mistake of sharing a document with my client, showing that, they had an offer of 50. So I took this up with the media owner. I literally threw the baby, the bathwater, the kitchen sink, the bathroom, everything at them. And I got them to agree to give me the rate of 50 for my client. Obviously, the media was very unhappy because that media owner felt I was blackmailing him, which I was, okay, because there was no way I was going to let my client go away from me because of something that was skullduggery. Anyway, cut a long story short, I retained the client, I got my business, but then I discovered something even more interesting. I discovered that this biggest media buyer who was working for the biggest advertiser in the country had actually charged them more than 50. And that's when I realized that, unfortunately for media, they don't control the product. There are agencies who end up controlling prices and who basically do predatory pricing. And that was one of the reasons why I said, this is not fair. And if there's anything you know about me, Vikram, I fight for the underdog. And so that was really the story of how I decided to get into media audits.
Okay, great. So do I take it that price discovery and transparency in pricing was the driver for you to get into audits?
It was price discovery. It was the whole thing of not really using data. Because you see what happened is both at the agency end and at the client end, too many things ended up becoming relationship driven and not data driven. And so the objective was to try and make it objective.
Okay, and I'm going to now dive a little deeper into that. But after, since it's confession time, after blooding your sword in the media audit space for what, 20 years?
17 years.
17 years. Do you think it was mission accomplished, or did you open up a Pandora's box? Did you find the policeman was as bad or worse than the one they were policing? So tell all. Are you satisfied at the end of 17 years that you made the world a better place?
Well, let's put it this way. In the 17 years that I was there, obviously I was able to get people to start looking at this. I was able to get advertisers to understand that they needed an independent perspective when it came to media. Was I able to clean up the stables? Of course not. But I think I was able to have some amount of success. Media audits, which was, four-letter word when I began, and there was a huge amount of pushback from the industry. It became fairly understood and accepted. So to that extent, yes, I think it was successful 17 years.
Great. Let's just get into one aspect of media audit, and from there, I think that because that's, in a sense, when you're auditing a pitch, it covers a large part of that entire work that we do, quite apart from the normal planning audits and the buying audits that we do. But let's stick to the pitch process. Currently, on the same pricing front, there's a full practice going on right now, and it's been going on for a while, of media auditors sort of resorting to reverse auctions. They come in and say, what is the lowest price you can give? And then they come back and say, you've gone off, you're off our benchmarks by 20, 30, 40% on this particular channel, and so on and so forth. Do you find that as a good practice? Is it a fair practice? Or is it a extortionistic practice?
No, no, it's complete extortion.
And then,
There's no two ways about it.
So then why are people doing it?
Why are people doing it? Because look, I mean, at the end of the day, when you have skullduggery, there is always a victim who's willing to be victimized. I mean, I remember a time when an agency had made a commitment to offer a certain price to Reckitt Benckiser, and then came to me and said, can you say that media inflation has been at a higher level because, you know, we've made a commitment. And I was categorical that I'm not going to do that. Because what happens is and look, it's a very complex problem. There are agencies who want the business, who are willing to, you know, make those commitments. There are clients who are willing to be exploitative when it comes to these kind of deals. And let's not forget the media. I mean, at the end of the day, the media very often is willing to drop their pants at, at a moment's notice. So who do you blame? You can't blame the auditor.
Well, they are the ones who are running the process. And if they are running the process okay, there are a couple of things in this. One is, there's a price benchmarking pool.
Correct.
Now, on average, auditor's price benchmarking pool will always be smaller in size and less current than any large agency group, almost by definition. Whatever pool they also have, large part of it may be pitch promises made, but not actual prices implemented in the market. They are using that to actually form the price floor. That isn't it flawed by very conception? So if a large agency group with a 20 share or a 30 share or even 15 share comes in and says transparently, these are my pricing, average, high, low, and this is where I'm pegging it, how isn't that better than what the auditor can do?
Okay, it's a very different market out there, and you know this. There are certain media owners who favor a certain agency because, they get a lot of support from that agency. There are other media owners who don't favor that agency. So within an agency, to be honest, very often you don't understand what's happening out in the market. And this whole myth about the biggest size gives you the lowest rate is a myth. Okay?
Yes.
We all agree. We know that. It becomes a sales pitch for bigger players, but in reality, if every bigger player was the only guy who got those rates, the rest of the industry would get out of business, which hasn't happened. So what happens is you actually, by being an auditor, you get a sense of what's operating in the market, and you can build robust benchmarks. Now, the habit of getting pitch rates and putting those into the pool, that is strictly avoidable. And I can tell you, at Spatial Access, we never did that. Pitch rates were nothing but kite flying my agencies to say, I can buy at this rate. In many cases, they actually didn't have those rates. And then once they got the business, they would go back to the media owner and literally beat them up over the head and say, now I've got the business, you've got to give it to me. But it also got to a stage where media owners who knew the way we operated would pick up the phone and tell me, look, you're being quoted as providing this benchmark. And we were not providing that benchmark. So it was one of those things, very often you never knew what was the truth and what was the imagined story.
Okay, but the reality is that we have a person who's running a pitch process. They are the ones who are always coming back to you and saying that if you want to move to the next round, you've got to go lower by this amount. and people in the desperation to get the business actually keep on going down. So that's that reverse auction piece that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Now, in your experience, when the lowest price, for example, gets it, and they're not able to deliver, do you think they get away with it, or is there accountability out there?
See, Vikram, I can't really speak for all the audit companies, but I do know at Spatial Access, every pitch we did, we said planning and strategy is even more important than buying rates. Okay, and you being part of pitches that Spatial has run, where we were more interested in looking how data was used, how consumer insight was used, and of course buying is important, but you know, you can buy a kilo of nails when you need screws. And that, to my mind, is the tragedy of the industry that we are in.
And clients listen to you on that?
Clients would always listen to me. I don't think there's a single client who's not given my advice credence.
And
okay?
given effectiveness more importance than pricing?
Yeah. But
I'd love to believe that.
I must say that, you know, there have been a lot of situations where we've also seen, you know, strange kind of manipulations and strange kind of maneuvering that goes on between the trio, the agency, the client, and the media owner. I've even had pitch consultants asking for a commission on the total business, and they asking for a commission from the agency.
I don't know about that one, but I've also heard about, and I do know, and I've heard this from the client itself, that a lot of media auditors, their entire basis for charging a fee is a fraction of the savings they're able to generate.
No, that's not Spatial Access and not Deloitte.
And you think that's not any of the other firms? Or you wouldn't be knowing
I
about
do
it?
know of some firms that do that.
And
I will not mention their names, but I think that is ridiculous.
So do you think that's a practice that should be banned?
It should be banned, absolutely.
I've also seen cases where there are some auditors, they must be tied in with NDAs, but the pricing which they're getting or in a particular pitch, I've seen them in another pitch talking to their competitor and actually saying that you can get these pricing. Isn't that a conflict of interest?
Of course it is, but then see, every business has people who are not ethical, right? And I mean, there are people who are unethical in the police force, there are people who are unethical in government, in audit, in agencies, in every business. The fact of the matter is that I think all of us who believe in morality and business ethics need to take a stance against them. And if we don't take a stance against this, sometimes you have to pay a price.
No, but who should take it? Is the ball right now in the advertiser's court or in the agency's court? Or
No,
is it self-regulation?
I think the ISA needs to be educated about this. I think the agencies need to come together. And I think the auditors also need to come together and say, look, there are business practices that are not ethical, which should not be supported.
Okay, so just on this point, the 3 years of I and the ISA have had some intense engagement, and we are sort of proposing post every audit, every pitch, a sort of report card or an evaluation for the auditors, which ISA can then come back and give a roster and say that this is the kind of score that various auditors have got. Would you welcome a move like that?
Absolutely. I think transparency is critical. And if the auditors believe that transparency is an important, integral part of the business, I don't see why they should be reluctant to support this.
Fantastic. I think we are out of time, but just in your closing moments, how would you clean up the entire stables if you had to come back and do it all over again? 1, 2, 3 things.
Well, one is I'm willing to offer my time and ability to anybody who wants to use it. 2 is I think we need to build a culture of ethics and integrity across the agency. Okay, today from what I'm hearing and seeing, there's too much skullduggery going on all kinds of things, you know, people getting free tickets, free travel, clients going off for events, you know, very happily taking hospitality from media owners. I think all of those things need to be called out. If what you're doing is not despicable, then you should be happy to have it called out. You know, this channel took 20 people off on a holiday. These are the names of those people. Drive transparency, and I think that's something that we all need to support. And last, so within the agencies, within the culture, that's what we need to do. And last but not the least, I think we need to grow a spine. And yes, I think the entire advertising agency, the entire advertising business needs to grow a spine. It's not only media. I mean, look at creative agencies. The kind of problem they are going through is horrendous. Okay.
On that lovely utopian note, I hope we can get even 5% of there. But thank you, as always, provocative and calling a spade a spade. Thank you so much, Meenakshi.
Thank you.
When I had said it's going to be an interesting topic, I mean, I really meant it. Thank you so much for such deep insights, or as I say, the confessions. That was bold, that was courageous, that was brave. Thank you so much, Mr. Menon, for doing it. And thank you so much, Mr. Sakuja, for conducting it so well. Can I call upon stage Mr. Akshat Singhal, Head Dangal TV, to please come upon stage and felicitate our esteemed guests on the stage. And can we have a bigger round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? That was intense, wasn't it? Also, congratulations on the tech startup, man. Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now, in today's fast-paced digital world, AI is no longer a futuristic concept. It's a business necessity. From automation to data-driven decision-making, AI is transforming industries, boosting efficiency, and unlocking new opportunities. Join us as Mr. Gaurav Jeet Singh, Director Agencies and VC Partnerships, Meta India, explores how AI is shaping the future of business. Everybody, Mr. Gaurav Jeet Singh. So here's the mic. Thank you. It's the cue.
Wow, that's a very full room. Thank you so much. Okay, let me kick in straight away. How many people watched a reel today in the day? Oh, very good. Thank you so much. How many people shared a reel with somebody? How many people talk to their partners only in the language of reels, sending a reel across to deliver a message? I do all the time, the group there. Yeah, sorry, missed that. So let's jump into something that I wanted to talk about. So it's AI for business, right? Am I audible? And AI is something that's often used pretty loosely, but I'll not get into definitions of it, but I'll tell you something that I did. Sam had asked me to come over here, and it's lovely to see you, Sam. So I thought, why don't I ask Meta AI to build a song in Hindi for why businesses need agencies, right? And I put it into a very interesting AI app called Suno.ai, and I created a song. And please listen to this. This took me exactly a minute, to go from idea to execution. Do I click? Can you increase the volume?
जो बिजनेस को बनाता है मजबूत, क्या है वो मंत्र जो सफलता की राह दिखाती है? एजेंसी है साथी हर कदम पर हमारी राह में मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग और स्ट्रैटेजी सब कुछ एक साथ में डिजिटल दुनिया में कैसे आप अपनी आवाज उठाए कैसे आप अपने ब्रांड को लोगों के दिलों में बसाए एजेंसी है साथी हर कदम पर हमारी राह में मार्केटिंग ब्रांडिंग और स्ट्रैटेजी सब कुछ एक साथ में
Yeah. So it goes on for 2 minutes and it was made in 2 minutes, right? So the point is that for agencies that line has blurred between creativity, between media planning and execution. You know, many years back as media planners, and I did a lot of buying in my old days, was essentially buying space. Then we went into buying audiences. Now we buy outcomes, right? And that's the big difference between media of the past and agency of the past and what we need to do today. And hence a lot of our conversations become totally redundant the moment you shift the conversation to all that is good, but outcome kya tha? You know, does anybody care for color of money? All money remains the same. So it doesn't matter whether I got it from upper funnel, middle funnel, bottom funnel, no funnel. There are a lot of advertisers in this world who take tremendous pride in not advertising at all and yet make businesses. But ultimately what matters is the EBITDA that you get for the investment you're doing. So let me tell you how AI can make it tremendously powerful to get revenues which were that much more difficult in the past. Yeah, important to see the journey on how Meta is investing behind AI in such a big way. You see it, how do you imagine that this reels that get served to you are so intuitive? This is exactly that you wanted to see in the next reel that you see. This is exactly the thing that you want to buy that you didn't know before that you wanted to buy. It's essentially coming off 5 billion odd users, 3.5 billion odd users globally who every day are giving a signal back to the Meta ecosystem to tell you that, listen, here's somebody like you somewhere in the world who's using products and buying products like the ones that you like to have. So that's the power that's driving a lot of it. A lot of investment going behind the Llama tool, and you heard of Llama as a AI platform, and connections. The secret sauce of why this is possible is there are 3.2 billion people every single day on the platform giving out signals on what they like, what they want to buy, what they want to do. And there are millions of people like you right outside who can be used as signals to drive outcomes for your brand. So what's next on AI? You know, AI has gone through a journey. What's going to happen on AI next? There's so many possibilities. The only thing that stops us from doing anything about it is just the imagination on what we can use it for. And this is just the beginning. So the most interesting factoid for me is in 2025, this year, 30% of all generative AI projects will be stopped because essentially it will be about, listen, we didn't get the outcomes. The moot point is that you need to keep at it and use those failures to really look at the imagination, really look at outcomes that can come out of this process. And let me show you some very, very interesting pieces which tell us the general direction of this movement. And Make a Video in September 22, gave you a video like this one. By the emo video by November 2023, you see the clarity of the imagery. And by Movie Gen, by October 2024, you had this kind of a creative that could be generated just by giving a command. Yeah, imagine what you can create with a very simple command in terms of a prompt that allows you to really build something that's really powerful in terms of landing a message. And you saw the Hindi song that I played. And it took exactly 2 minutes, like I was saying. To get the context, to build something out of it, not only in voice, but also in video, is truly powerful. So how do you really play this world, right? Very 3 simple steps. Let's not try to get ahead and complicated on it. 3 simple steps. One is foundational. Second piece is about what do you innovate on it. And finally, how do you really go and ignite this in a truly powerful way. So let me tell you the first foundational part of it all. The first part of the new foundation is, this is how future of connections will happen. This is how we'll connect, whether it is interfaces that are AI powered or devices that are AI powered. I'll jump to the central commandment on this is what is called the open AI, the whole principle of open source AI, and that's central to what Meta thinks of building AI on. Why is that so powerful? You see in some of the China models have come out, what is that pointing to is something very simple. The moment it is open source, those codes win out against that are closed. And the big bet on Meta is to go open AI on a lot of things, open source on a lot of these things. Which means that a lot of the ecosystem gains from that open source opportunity. Its consumers, developers, creators, and businesses all gain from a process that allows you to really build algorithms as well as build outcomes that are in line with what you want for businesses based on the inputs that come in from an open AI system. And within that, because the investments made behind Llama, which is roughly around $10 billion and increasing every quarter, it is a massive, massive opportunity for a lot of brands to build on. Let me tell you some of the use cases of how businesses can be built or are using AI powerfully. One of them is to really get creatives in which are generated by a voice command or a command. The second use case is where you're getting images generated and text generated to get better brand outcomes. And I'll show you some of those examples in a bit more of detail. The other element of AI usage is just the diversity of creative assets. We talked about on TV, you could have 4 creatives going on air at any given time to various TGs. We heard Satya talk about millions of creatives that were built for the Mondelez ad, which ran on both the platforms. But more critically, now it is millions and millions of creators, not on one campaign, but on multitudes of campaigns every single day. Right? That's the power that AI gives you to generate that. Other pieces to optimize those outcomes. So imagine a media planner's job in the future is about optimizing campaign using a generative AI input. How many people on WhatsApp in the room? Stupid question, but please go to WhatsApp. On the top there's a blues. How many people have used Meta AI on WhatsApp? Perfect. Please take a brand, ask for a media plan for next month. It spews out a media plan. I can tell you 9 or 10 cases it's a really good media plan. I have run quite a bit of media plans in my day. So I can tell you that those ones look really accurate. So just do that for your brand. Define the TG, define the kind of audience you want to go for, NCC A, B, C. It throws out a plan for you. Which means that we're not very far from building something that, like that song that I played, which will sing out a media plan for a media planner today. So that's the kind of disruption that's going to come our way. You could draft ad copy, you could essentially get AI generated messages to answer questions on WhatsApp to any question that comes in from a consumer. So the opportunity on what can be unlocked with AI is tremendous. So what I'm talking about is that there's a huge world out there in terms of connecting to consumers and getting outcomes and talking back to consumers, all led through generative pieces of content, because the scale at which the consumers and the scale of India just allows you to do this at a massive amount of revenue accretive opportunity is what I like to tell you. And hence, innovation is a big, big opportunity sitting here. I would like to, I wanted to tell you about 2-3 things that become important as we go down this road. The first one is that this is just the start of the journey, and this is essentially like the Moore's law. It's doubling at a rate where a lot of brands today are living in what we call the future. And why am I saying that? Somebody said something very nice. They said that, listen, future's already here, it's just unevenly distributed. And that means there's some brands who are using this, and we see a lot of small brands and medium-sized brands using this at massive scale in building businesses. I want to go to the most relevant parts for this room. The first one is just the automation of campaigns. So a lot of planners in the room, how many people use Advantage Plus for their campaigns have seen that the moment you give it liquidity as a platform, you see much better business outcomes. What does that mean? You do not tell the platform in terms of which surface you want to deliver an ad on. You do not tell the platform which audience you want to go after. You do not give time limits, and you give it liquidity on budget. You see much more solid outcomes of business. We've seen 30 to 40% higher return where the planner thought that the buyer is XYZ, but reality was somebody you bought was not that consumer at all. It was a very different individual. How many brands, actually talked about, interestingly, 60 plus, how many brands have a TG defined on digital at 25 to 44? You'll see your plans, you'll see the definition of women 25 to 44. And that means that on digital, the day that person turns 44, they'll stop seeing an ad on digital. And it's so crazy, right? And imagine you multiply it on various platforms and you're leaving out a huge audience set which the platform would identify and deliver to and give you outcomes. And suddenly it's 30% greater volumes. And somebody says it's magical, but it's very simple logic. Just let the system optimize. Other angle that we'll take is, so one is this whole piece of automation of processes where audiences, targeting all get automated. And the second, generation of content, which essentially will be again done based on audiences automatically, which allows you to, and we've seen outcomes at 20-30% better when the text that's generated is automated text using generative AI. What does that mean? It means brand managers need to let go of control, marketers need to let go of control and let the system optimize for the outcomes that are dear to you. And expand the opportunity in terms of how you can use these various opportunities that exist. It could be full image generation from text prompt. It could be essentially select an object before and the background generation. So you have one object and you change the background to really get outcomes that you seek. Image animation. Just for better performance, you could animate a still to really get the outcomes you need at a click of a button. Not a major production process. Nobody needs to produce it. You took that one picture of that top-end product and you put it into the system. It generated a background automatically to give you better returns. You don't know whether red background will work, green will work, black will work. The system optimizes it for you. Video expansion to fill up the full screen. We all know that amount of pixel coverage on screen makes for better outcomes for brands. That can be again automatically done on a click of a button. And hence I was saying that a lot of futures already here. You don't need to look very far out. There are brands that are using this day in, day out. And when I say that, there's 1 million advertisers using tools, and almost 15 million ads were created only last month using generative AI. So you're not part of one of those 1 million brands, you're essentially living in a different world. There are 1 million brands that generated 15 million ads last month. That's a large number. Here are a couple of examples. Fresh, for example, is a fantastic brand, saw 42% increase in conversions when they took live the Advantage Plus campaigns, which is again giving liquidity to the platform to really convert. Here's a Unilever brand from my old alma mater, Living Proof. Just by getting the system to optimize for AI image and text generation automatically, it saw 15% higher return. Yeah, we heard a fantastic case of some of the content development on gold mines and others. Imagine a scene where you could have an entire movie created from scratch, including dialogues using generative AI. It's not very far. And using business AI on WhatsApp and Messenger to get messages and get conversions going through messaging. It's something that's alive and happening today. So tremendous opportunity for a brand to use. Another example, but hence what are we saying? First of all, there are 3 key strategic prompts if you were to really drive AI on your brand. Number 1 piece is see it for yourself, play around with it. Just go to WhatsApp, create that first set of a song that you want to create. Send that birthday message to a friend that you want to do. How many people have created a image or anything or using any AI tools over the last 1 month? Perfect. How many people did the evaluation of their teams using generative AI? So many people writing people's performance letters at the end of the year using generative AI. I did it for for that. Just throw in everything into the system. It gives you a very good context of what the person did well. It also helped me create my own write-up for the year, and it was all generative AI. The boss loves it. It's fantastic. It's better English than I ever used. So it can be done. Play around with it. Play around with on the brand. Reimagine the creative flow. How many people look, for example, I was with somebody today, make this fantastic creative, and then you forgot, listen, I almost forgot that Instagram, video or an Instagram post, and let me now do a post hoc. But reimagine the creative workflows. Do you think of creatives in one dimensionally, or do you think of it in multiple dimensions it can be built? And partner upon a journey. Reach out to us. We are on this journey of learning together. And I think what is the big outcome is, I did not mention the earlier slide, there's a very interesting study done across thousands of brands in the US. It's a pretty validated study by a university in the US. And what it says is for every dollar that's spent on Meta, it returns $3.71 back. So nobody will invest on Meta if you did not get that outcome. The reason is that the platform is designed for that housewife sitting in a home and wants to spend XYZ rupees. She'll only spend that the next day if she got the return on it that day. So these are really robust business people who will only invest to get outcomes. So AI for business is designed for businesses of all size, and hence when you see that succeed on a platform, it's very important to really build it in your plan. So play with it, build on it, and that's my message on AI. I think next year the conversation will be not on, last year conversation, 2 years back the conversation Pitch Madison I was telling Vikram was about, listen, digital versus TV. They said it's between paid and free. Next year it will be between AI and non-AI, I can promise you that. Because the way it is going, a lot of these conversations don't matter. What really matters is what outcome you got for the investment that you did. So this promised to be a great outcome-led deployment. So wish you all the very best for the year, and always a pleasure to be with the Madison team and clients, and of course Sam and Vikram. And thank you so much for the occasion, and wish you all a great year ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Gauravjit Singh, everyone. Sir, a regular user of Meta AI on WhatsApp with Llama 3.2. May I request Ms. Lara Balsara Vajifdar, Executive Director, Madison World, to please come up on stage and felicitate Mr. Gauravjit Singh. AI is certainly shaping the future of business. Also, thank you, Mr. Singh, for sharing the next year's topic as well for us, the AI versus non-AI. Now, this event wouldn't be a success without the support of our partners. Our gold partner for the event is Times Network. And on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen, a small audio-video presentation of Times Network, our partner.
For over 30 years, my journalism has been relentless, fearless, and my stories have breached lofty ivory towers and brought down the high and mighty. And I won't stop.
When the clock strikes 9, it is time for the news hour. Navika Kumar asks the legitimate question.
When your rights are trampled, I will be your voice, demanding answers from the corridors of power.
News hour at 9 with Navika Kumar.
Viewers, you deserve more. Let's go beyond who said what. Let's ask tough questions. Let's push the boundaries. making sense of past, present and the future. Debates that result in new ideas, discourse that informs and inspires. Watch me, Pranesh Kumar Roy, on your show, India Upfront.
Journalism is a mission, not just to seek accountability or a fight for justice, but for honesty and integrity. Voicing citizens' concerns and using the truth to demand answers, ensuring that you come first on agenda. Watch News on Agenda with me, Madhu Balakrishnan, weeknights at 10 o'clock only on Times Now.
Now we welcome Vikram Sakhuja, Group CEO, Madison Media and OH, once again to talk about AI a little bit more and to answer the burning question, how will AI transform marketing methods as we know them? Mr. Vikram Sakhuja, everyone.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Gauravjit gave a very good segue into what I'm going to now get into. He showed you the entire magic of AI. I'm going to try to apply that and see, how is it going to transform marketing as we know it today or yesterday or whatever we want to say it, AI versus non-AI. But this is the journey that I'm going to sort of get into. The reality is that both machine learning and AI actually have been around for quite a few years. But it's really taken Chat GPT and then after that Meta AI and Perplexity and now Gemini. All these large language model based AIs is the one, generative AI is the one which has really captured and fired our imaginations, and now we don't do anything, any complex task the research is done with using all of these. So I think it is just it's a very opportune moment at this point in time to just take a deep dive into what we do in marketing and then see what are the kind of principles that we can take from all of these things and apply them and actually transform life. So my starting point, I put a little Aladdin's lamp at the bottom, and for a reason. If Aladdin, if you're familiar with the story, it needs to be rubbed in a particular way before the genie comes out. I think we have to learn how to rub this lamp. There's a lot of magic that can come out of this AI lamp, but we need to know how to rub it correctly. So that is what I'm going to right now attempt to tell you. The starting point is that the principles of marketing will not change. I've now used this for a long time. He is the global head of Coca-Cola marketing, Sergio Zeman. Marketing, according to him, it's basically the demand creation engine. The job of marketing is to get more consumers to buy more of a brand more often at a higher price. No other reason. It takes into account penetration, it takes into account purchase frequency, it takes into account share of requirements, upselling, and of course the all-important ability to charge a premium. Now, similarly, if you have to look at media, there could be plenty of definitions, but you could say it's really putting a set of stimuli in front of the right consumers in order to elicit a response. This takes into account everything. It takes into account this entire advertising, reach, frequency, share of voice, weeks on air, all that kind of jazz. It takes into account content marketing, it takes into account performance and e-commerce, everything. All of this is a stimulus in front of the consumer to elicit a response. This is inviolate. This is going to always be there. The part is, what's going to change is the methods. This simple one tells us just in a span of 20 years, 15 years, the very way in which communication is happening is changing. My kid just doesn't communicate with her friends on talk anymore. It's always chatting. Now, similarly, there are certain things that can happen which is going to change and completely change marketing the way we actually do it. To understand this, let's try to see how is it that AI works. At a very basic level, AI feeds on data. So there's a lot of data. You have a certain desired outcome. and let the machine then look for matches. So this is one of the most primitive slides of AI where you feed it about 100,000 cat and dog pictures and say, finally tell me and recognize a cat when you see it. The various filters you see in the middle are all the neural network layers. One of them could be talking about fur, another could be talking about the face, another could be talking about the way the dog or the cat lies down, the body proportions. There could be all those various kind of things which you make building these things around, and when these things start working, they look for matches, and finally you come out with an answer. So in the true sense of the word, I guess that's why they call it artificial, it really truly doesn't have intelligence, but it can reason. It looks for patterns, and through that it can reason. It also doesn't follow a, strictly speaking, completely analytic algorithm. It's not deterministic. It looks for patterns. If that is the scene, from a marketing standpoint, this particular point that we've just said, we have to do two things. We have to find what are the right signals to send out, cat, dog, and what is the final outcome that you need. And last one was cat, dog. Here it could be anything. It could be demographic behavior, it could be lifestyle indicator, it could be any kind of indicators, numbers of stuff, and the final one could be sales, it could be building brand awareness, it could be any of those kind of things. So currently what's been happening is you throw a lot of data into an AI model. That will now combine it with more and more data. It keeps on iterating it. And once you get a good fit, it tells you that this is the prediction. So this is the prediction that we're really talking about. And now we're saying that's how it's going to work. In fact, it's just yesterday I met up on a guy, he brought a pretty interesting product. He took sales data of a liquor store in Dadar near Shivaji Park. And he just took the sales data from him. Minute by minute sales data. He then triangulated it with a number of other data pieces. And he finally told this guy that you are getting your business liquor store, normal retail liquor store. You normally think it's going to be a certain 3 square kilometer radius from where he's going to get his business. No, but no. This guy was getting business from 35 kilometers away and from thereabouts. So he's been able to use this data to actually say what? It so turns out that this liquor store sells premium alcohol at even lower than duty-free prices. So you got guys who, well-heeled people who have the money, they want to buy that stash of premium alcohol. For them it's worth coming 35 kilometers to buy their whatever, Blue Label or Macallans and 18s and so on and so forth, and they save the money in the 35 kilometers. Crazy part in this is some kind of AI at play which has been able to play with a whole lot of disparate data and make this kind of sense. So that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. Now, if we have to just look at this, there are three parts. There is the entire data piece, yes. So the entire aggregate data, all the world's, you take the census data, you can take the weather data, any kind of data that comes to your mind, it's there and it's infused. The LLMs brought in the natural language piece. So now anything, all the encyclopedias, books, everything is also being fed into them. Then of course you have closer to home our own marketing funnel data, media data, location data, user interaction data, all of this kind of stuff is there and keeps on changing, keeps on further evolving. And then you have on the right hand side a bunch of outcomes. Sales, walk-ins, leads, app downloads, some simple things like search and going to a particular website, and then maybe the ones in white, awareness and all, but those are fine right at this moment, slightly weak. The ones in the middle, and it's not a coincidence that most of these products are from Meta and Google. They are masters in technology. They have actually built a great amount of product suite, and they are the ones where all this data is used in order to predict these final outcomes. But in this, there is one thing which at least I have observed, which is I think it does a damn fine job of everything which is bottom of the funnel and middle funnel. But top of the funnel, yes, it will give you an awareness model, but is that truly earth-shaking? Hand on heart, no, it's not. It's very weak, it's a little tentative. So I think top of the funnel with AI is still a little weak. Anything behavioral currently doing pretty well. Because the reality also, and this is something that I brought about, is it's not deterministic to its last core. It can't do a theorem right through. In fact, a few days back I was in my 40th anniversary of leaving my IIT, and I met up with all my reunion friends, and one of the guys started building AI 35, 40 years back in the States. So he said he was actually a little disillusioned about AI, but for different reasons. It's obviously very powerful. But he said there is something in AI, he says it can never be deterministic. He's saying that there's a certain leap of faith. He called it hand waving. He says in our AI lexicon, if there's a theorem and you can't find that last missing link, you say hand wave and say it doesn't matter. Just let's assume it happens that way. And that's one of the problems of AI, but it is, the fact is with enough validation, it shouldn't make that much of a difference. You can actually get good results. But it also means one more thing. It means that the good old statistical models that you used to do, where you used to actually do the market mix model, media mix models with proper statistical basis and therefore a whole lot more deterministic, they still have a lot of utility. If you run those models and then you find the output of that, get something and convert that and scale it up with AI, then it becomes vastly useful. So let's take a very age-old point of market entry was something that 30 years back, marketers came out with this insight that several categories, for example, when somebody's attaining puberty or marriage, these are two stages where whole lot of new categories start getting used. And that was an insight then, long time back. Now the same thing with the market mix models was actually validated. Now if you start taking some of that data, feeding it into an AI model, you'll be able to actually get lookalikes and other kind of parameters that even if people are not in that life stage, but doing a few more other things, you can expect the same answers or results from them. That is vastly useful. It's happening also right now. The other one, for example, is that in my favorite one of you spend 100 crores to make a movie. Now you're saying, should I spend another 20 crores to market it? If it's marketing works well, my box office could go up to 400 crores. But is it worth spending the 20 crores? Now, we so find out that trailer shares, anybody who watches a trailer and then shares it, that is a great indicator for a person who's actually going to watch the movie. You take that kind of data and feed that into an AI engine and then tell them to play around with it and let it do it. You've given a signal, you've given the outcome which is box office sales, and then it does its magic and it goes up. These are the places where AI is actually working brilliantly and will continue to do so, and we must exploit that. The part which the marketer in me, because all told, one part of definition of marketing was very important to me, which is the ability to charge a premium for your brand. Ability to charge a premium for your brand is if you've occupied a very indelible spot in the hearts and minds of consumers. Now, what is going to actually drive that? Let's take a simple example. I think entire Snickers campaign, the entire hangry campaign is such a beautiful insight. You're not yourself when you're hungry. Now, if you have to scale it up, you're talking about not behavior, but you're talking about mind metrics. So somewhere along the line, if a person who's in that hangry moment or when he's not himself and he sees the ad, that entire notion is going to resonate that much more. Your brand will become that much closer to him. Now, one very linear and not very intelligent way of doing it is, let's choose the day parts when a guy is likely to be hungry, late afternoon after lunch, or maybe somebody who's missed lunch. But that I think is not doing justice to the insight. The real joy would come if you could find out a proper indicator of hunger. I don't know whether it's your stomach growling, if it's the entire hunger hormone getting released and you being able to pick it up through some method. The ability to then, okay, if you have that, then how do you know what is the mind measure to sort of go up to? Ideally, it should be the brain lighting up with MRIs or whatever, EEGs or whatever. Now, sounds like sci-fi today, but if somebody is able to put this through a smartwatch perhaps and capture that, you could be onto something pretty big. You know, this is the part which right now about AI, which can really explode it and which is currently its weakness. I don't like the fact that AI is over-indexed towards just behavioral stuff, which is only about sales and only about downloads and nothing about building the brand. That is the strength of the brand. And I think I've written a few more things like the media insight. I know TV has got a tribal moment to it. When the entire family is sitting and you're watching TV and there's some good ad or anything that comes in, people have talked about it, and the entire impact of that is so much more. But it does something in the area of attention and the entire mental structures of the brand, which currently AI is not being able to take that little outcome and make something around. I don't have the answer today. I'm hoping that the generation in this room is going to come out with an answer, hopefully by the next Pitch Madison. Which also takes us to the way I think the markets, the organizations should structure. There needs to be the CMO who always has to understand the insights and all this nuanced thinking about how marketing actually works. Come out with this insight, and for example, an entire piece about like radio is a companion medium. Radio is theater of the mind. Beautiful insight. Now, what does that do for marketing if I have to make something out of it? Give a clue in terms of an outcome, and then they let the CIO take that as a brief and then come out with signals and outcomes and the model that can actually do it. This iterative process is going to be the time when I think pure marketing truly starts getting built with AI. Which finally now takes me to addressing the basic issue. Methods of marketing as we know it. What do we do today? We start with a consumer target audience, or we start with a few bunch of markets. Then what we say is, what should our marketing plan be? It'll typically have some advertising, some amount of content, social media, marketplace, e-commerce, and performance. So it'll be some of all of this. You also then go and say that I have to develop creatives for each of these. You then, based on the consumer journey, see which are the touch points that you might be having to reach out to all of them. And then you say how much to allocate across all these things that we're talking about, whether it's reach, frequency, weeks on air, so on and so forth. And then you could optimize the hell out of it. And then you go and do some marketing analytics. And after that, you convert it into a plan at a glance, and that's what it is. That's how we typically make a marketing plan. So what's going to change? You didn't hear it first from me, you heard it before, and Gauravji was the last one to say it. You will not start with TGN markets, you will start with outcomes. You will currently, as a point I made, is already happening famously at the mid and bottom funnel, not happening well enough at the top. The minute you start doing that, I think we're really talking something. Second is, you have to be clear about which signals to model and the search for the right lead indicator, which can give you a great outcome. So outcomes first. Targeting is probably the most powerful way in which AI is going to change the way we market. From a specific TG, so in the old days, in the 90s, Fair and Lovely, the first brand to reach 1,000 crores in India, was targeted only to females. But that was done on TV, and lo and behold, you found that 40% of its consumer base was males. Gauravji again said that in a digital world, the males would not have seen the ad because you've already targeted females. So what do? Today the game is that you can actually go to multiple TGs or choose not to go to any TG. So from one TG, now you have a lot of cohorts, or you can say I just do broad targeting, send the message out there, get the signal, and through that feed it to the AI, and let's see let the engine take care of itself. Both these options are available to you, and that's a huge difference from what we used to do earlier. Creative development is the other one, which is really where it's letting go of human control in a very big way. The one thing that will not change is the creative insight and the creative idea. But after that, whether it's making the commercial, whether it is the language, whether it's the visualization, copy, adaptations across various media formats, converting it into language, all of that can actually happen with AI. The net result of this is going to be that you're going to have the cost of production is going to crash, which will be partly offset by the number of creative units that go up. So, but this is one big disruption that is really coming. Also added to that, in this entire content piece, we've given much more license now to creators. You're actually allowing creators in its human version to, of course, now start talking about your brand and doing that. That's one level of let go. But now the other crazy one is you have AI influencers and the entire agentic marketing. So you were speaking a little earlier, Vivek, when we was really talking about in India Today group, they wanted one of their news anchors to be a influencer. Now they don't want news anchors like a Rajdeep or a Rahul. It's not appropriate for them to do any product integration on air for all of these. So what did they say? We can give you an option by taking, are you familiar that they have an AI anchor called Sana? She comes and gives the news and a few of these things. They're using her to become an influencer on India Today. Now that is a reality. Similarly, agentic marketing, the entire piece, whether it's a Meta, AI, Perplexity, or all of this, the ability to use this not only for your own research, but also for creative, this is now becoming more and more. So this is a huge change that we're going to be seeing. The third thing is from optimizing advertising, content, and marketplace and performance separately. Currently, you're doing it and you're optimizing them separately. It is going to increasingly be a through-the-line optimization game. Two things at play here. Look, we all know, for example, that discovery, being just aware of the product, that can happen. For example, so much discovery happens on an Amazon marketplace. You go there, see the product for the first time, and you buy it there. Similarly, there's a time when a radio spot alone can actually lead you to an actual purchase. Fact is that every media touch point has a capability to do every element of the marketing funnel. The joy is going to be when you have some models which can capture everything, top, mid, and bottom funnel. One of the Madison World companies, Hiveminds, they, in one of their sort of proposals to their client, they came out with a concept called brand performance, which is branding plus performance in one integrated way. I think what DeepSeek has also told us is that you probably, with a large language model on top, you might start now having smaller expert models underlying or dovetailing into that. It makes it more efficient to sort of process. It also makes each one, for example, if one is doing top funnel, second is doing mid funnel, third is doing bottom funnel, all of them are getting together and talking to a larger model, you'll see all of these working a whole lot better. I can see this happening, and you'll have just one model. In fact, even as we speak right now, whether it's Performance Max, Demand Gen, Advantage Plus, ADH, a lot of them are actually also doing a bunch of these things where you're able to go across funnel. I just think it's going to get much more refined. The other part which is happening is that search is getting democratized. From my friend Satya having the full monopoly on the text search till a few years back, I'm sure even he'll concede that search is giving way to now video, voice, the entire marketplace, chatbots, and not the least, the entire agents and the generative AI things that we have. Complete changes happening there. And of course, pricing is becoming dynamic. So pricing is going to change based on demand and supply. That's the real-time bidding at work, of course. But you also could have different prices for the different consumers for the same product. A few days back, I read somewhere where there was a charge being done that, I don't know, it was a travel aggregator or somebody, they're saying you're giving a different price for a Mumbai-Delhi ticket to somebody who has queried this on an iPhone versus, say, a Realme phone. Now, it's possible to do that. Of course, it was staunchly denied, but all these things are possible, and that makes it complex and a little bit more exciting. So that, in essence, was what I wanted to say about how is AI going to change the methods of marketing. The one takeaway I'd like to just leave with you is, just like if the entire key to unlocking the power of AI will really come from the right prompts. If you can know which is the one signal that is possibly going to unlock value, and what is the outcome that you should actually link it to, and iterate that and try to get some results. That is where you're going to see the pot of gold at the end of it. I wish you all the best in this journey of very, very exciting world that is in front of us, and I hope next year when we meet, there'll be much more sort of progress on this front. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sakhuja, for all the valuable insights. Thank you so much for your presence on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the last session of the evening. Let's invite Ms. Deepthi Bhadoria, CSO Hive Minds, and Mr. Pradeep Saluja, COO Hive Minds, as they share their insights on how has e-commerce evolved over the last 2 years. Ms. Deepthi, Mr. Pradeep. Here you go. We get the mic. You need the cue. This is just to prompt for the next slide.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are at a very difficult position of being the last speakers for the day. Try to keep it short and interesting for the group, and it's also very difficult to follow in the in the way after so many good speakers have already spoken ahead of us. We'll try our best. So we are here from Hive Minds to share our experience across hundreds of, actually 100 plus clients that we manage across various digital mandates, and share what we think and know of e-commerce in India. And when it comes to e-commerce in India, we believe you ain't seen nothing yet.
Check.
Is this working? Yeah. No, it's fine. So, while it is the toughest session for the day, the beauty of last session is also like, you have the insights from some of the eminent speakers so far. So in the deck that you will see now, you will see glimpse of whatever you heard right from Harit through Vikram, and some of it you will see absolutely, insightful through a e-commerce context, right? Now this slide clearly talks about the fact that while e-commerce is a very, very big market, today we're talking about almost $120 billion in terms of GMV from e-commerce in India's space perspective. But is it really big? The fact of the matter is, even today, there are 12 million retail outlets in India. And there are more than 1 million distributors and wholesalers who really are contributing towards the offline retail. And offline retail, therefore, still is pretty big in that context, right? And if you notice, India today, there are 3 times more offline retail outlets as compared to some of the large economies like US. What it really means is, while e-commerce is booming, the offline retail definitely has a pretty strong role to play. Now, one of the important point, which you'll notice is, over the last few years, e-commerce definitely has grown, and grown very, very fast. This slide here clearly talks about the last year's festive season itself. And we all know Indian loves to shop during festives. Is that true? Show of hands, do we all shop during festives? And absolutely, the data here shows that the retail at an overall level grew by 7% just during festives. And what was driving that growth? 24% was the growth from online retail, which means the offline retail grew, but the margin of growth was much lesser as compared to the online retail. And this is just festive that we are talking about. Now, the interesting point to note here is 75% of the orders out of these, online retail that happened came from tier 2 and tier 3 cities. What essentially it means is it's not just the urban population, the metros, it's also about the aspirations in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. And whether it is young, whether it is affluent, whether it is aspiring population or whoever you talk about, everybody is shopping online today. Now this data here is pretty interesting. We heard, a lot of other speakers today talk about the internet penetration. Almost 1 billion population today in India have internet access. There are equal amount of people who are using smartphones. Now that's an interesting data point. Now the other data point also is more than 200 million people are doing online transactions. And which, by the way, if you look at the data, it's very comparable to large economies like China. We are, by the way, double than US as compared to when it comes to, online purchases being done by mobile device itself, right? But if you look at it from an e-commerce penetration, we are still at a pretty nascent stage. We are only 8% as compared to China, which is almost 37%. Even US, which is around 22%, is 3 times to what we are in terms of penetration. Now that really means that there is a huge space to grow for e-commerce as an industry. Right, and if you look at if the growth that we have seen over the last few years, if that continues, by 2030 we truly believe that India will be the third largest market from an e-commerce perspective, which will touch almost like $300 billion from a GMV perspective. And what it essentially means is 8% penetration that we currently have from an online purchase will grow to 18%. Now that from all of us perspective, from a marketer's perspective, is a huge opportunity to grab. Right, and definitely we also have a pretty strong role to play from an industry perspective.
So though the numbers are very impressive, but it's not about numbers. E-commerce is all about the aspirations of a whole new generation. Depending on when you started working, the way we would have spent our first paycheck is very different from the way it is getting spent today. So till 3 years back, anyone joining workforce with their first paycheck, they would go to a mall, most of them, buy some stuff for themselves, which included, let's say, clothes, shoes, makeup, and send some bit of that money back home. Now, if you ask anyone in the last 2 years, from the first paycheck, the young generation, people try to buy the most expensive or high-end smartphone that they can afford. And 75% of those take the loan on the day of their first salary to fund their first smartphone purchase. And that is how the consumption patterns are changing. And in metros, it's all about get it now. So what took e-commerce platforms close to 7 years to reach, 10,000, to become a 10,000 crore media platforms, quick commerce has done 1/3 of it in 2 years. So this growth is just unprecedented. From puja flowers to mobile phones, everything is getting bought and delivered in urban India by affluent people in 10 minutes. This puts in focus a deeper segmentation of the consumers. We at Hive Minds use the HM4E shopper matrix, which segregates the 200 million, only those 200 million active e-commerce shoppers into 4 buckets depending on their affluence and their contribution to e-commerce GMV. These are 4 segments, starting with emerging, evolving, established, and exclusive shoppers. They are very different from each other. The emerging ones are the ones who have not bought even once on any e-commerce platform. However, they have transacted digitally. So they are about category discovery, and their all journeys are vernacular. Then there is evolving customer base who is extremely value conscious and therefore needs, lot of coupons, discount, etc. to nudge them to buy once. But they buy at least once in a year. Then there is a consumer base which buys more than once in a month. This consumer base is all about upgrades and self-service and has a all the time continued relationship with their phone, so they do not want human interaction in their buying journey. And then there is an exclusive base who is trying to mimic their exclusive shop experiences into a digital platform. Therefore, there is a lot of pressure for personalization or expectation for personalization. And all these four segments have their own needs for a good marketing plan. So from the affordability and trust and education in the lower segments to, higher personalization and exclusivity and affordability, a speed of delivery in the higher segments.
Yeah. Now, if you're talking about those 200 million users who are transacting online, right, there is a very big, large green pasture which is not even touched. And we're talking about rural India. Now, if you look at the graph on the left, you would have seen throughout the day, in some form or the other, from various speakers. What we essentially notice is from an online purchase perspective, 85% of these purchases are being made by the upper or the high income group people, right? The lower end of the spectrum still is untouched. And therefore, that leaves, it's a huge opportunity. Now, does it mean that the people in rural or semi-urban areas do not have access to internet? Absolutely no. We saw that almost 1 billion people in India have internet access. Now, the interesting data point to note here is the people in rural India are leveraging internet or they're using internet 20% more than the folks in urban population, right? However, they only contribute to 10% of the overall retail from an online retail perspective. Now, that also means that there are certain challenges that, industry is facing from serving this population. Now, what are those challenges? We really figured out that there are 3 broad categories of these challenges. Number one is, of course, the operational challenges, which, to my mind, if we think about online purchase or e-commerce, the first and foremost, advantage that we all want is convenience and, doorstep delivery. And by the way, urban population, now we are, really, we want delivery to be done on the same day. Deepti talked about, quick commerce. They're talking about 10 minutes delivery. Now, the biggest disadvantage, some of the, rural or the semi-urban areas have is the logistic infrastructure is absolutely not there. The last mile logistics is the biggest challenge that, e-commerce players face today. Now, imagine a situation where somebody from Mumbai wants to gift something to their parents on their anniversary and, the delivery is 5 days to go. They were better off calling the local retail shop owners, who is next door or maybe in the local market and say, get the delivery done to their doorsteps maybe in 20, 30 minutes, 1 hour, right? That's the biggest disadvantage today that has, and that also poses a big challenge to the retailers. The other big challenge that we have figured out is the whole idea of, returns, exchange. Because there are a lot of categories like, for example, fashion, where you really want to know that, hey, whether the size will fit me, whether the, color is suiting me or so on and so forth. There's a trial before you make the purchase. Now that logistics from a reverse logistics perspective, return perspective, repair perspective in some categories like electronics or, consumer goods will always pose a challenge for e-retailers to really be on top. The other challenge which we are seeing is on the consumer behavior side. Now, Vikram touched upon the cohorts of consumers, and that's a reality. Even within urban population, by the way, you have different cohorts, and the cohorts can be derived from demographics. It could be basis the income levels, it could be basis the literacy levels, and come what may. Like, you have multiple cohorts that can derive. And each of those cohorts will have different buying behaviors. The consumer behaviors, what really motivates them to buy will be different. Now that shifts significantly when it comes to rural or, semi-urban population. How do you really ensure that, you are on top of that game? The other problem also is the literacy levels of these users. Now, in terms of the fact that, hey, are they comfortable transacting online? What about the safety, security of the transaction? How about the, fake products that get sometimes delivered online? All of these challenges are really adding up to the fact that, hey, rural population is difficult to serve. Last but not the least, it's the competition. And by the way, for them, the competition is not the other e-commerce player, but it is also the competition from the local, retail outlets or the shopkeepers who are really having relationships. Now, in typical rural or semi-urban areas, it's all about relationships, right? I am comfortable as a buyer in those locations to go to the shop and say, hey, if I'm buying from shop X, I know that, hey, the delivery quality will be good. I can go from a post-purchase experience perspective, be it, exchange, be it serviceability, it's all there. They're on a call away. It's very important that, those challenges need to be addressed. Last but not the least, it's also about the, changing regulatory environment, right? How do you really, take care of, changing regulatory environment from digital ads perspective? And therefore, that brings us to the section that how do we really solve for this to keep up the momentum high from an e-commerce perspective? And we bucketize them across 4 broad categories. The first and foremost is, of course, the logistics. So it's very important for the e-commerce players to ensure that, hey, the last mile connectivity is there, especially looking at, hey, can we build the fulfillment centers closer to the demand centers? And, more so from cold storage infrastructure perspective. The other one is how do you win customer trust? We heard, speakers talk about AI and how it is relevant. Can I use Gen AI to really address and, get closer to the customer's need? And figure out, hey, what is the consumer behavior, what will drive them to buy, and can I be coming much, much closer to them? One of the other areas which we truly believe will drive, better outcome here is getting more sellers on board, right? So one is on the buyer side, but can we get more sellers on board by really creating policies around that, educating them, and creating that infrastructure? A lot of D2C brands are coming which are localized. And sometimes the buyers also want local products, and hyper-personalization, Vikram touched upon that. How do you really make sure that we are able to, leverage that aspect of AI to ensure that we are covering the right customer segment? Last but not the least, I think payment security is a big challenge which definitely needs to be addressed.
And additionally, we heard that it is no longer about the cohort. And AI is enabling us to think of customer as one. So marketing to N equal to 1, where each customer is unique and wants a different treatment. With AI getting in, it is possible. Think of an experience where you walk into your home and tell your mobile chatbot that I'm feeling very hot today in the house, what's the problem? And your AI tells you, give me a minute, I'll scan your home and tell you. And in a minute, it tells you that your fan is rotating at a speed lesser than expected. Maybe coil problem, time to change your fan. Then you say, okay, my chatbot, please tell me which fan should I buy. And it will open up the top 5 rated products that you can buy from. And you can keep refining, asking it to match the decor of your home, color of your walls, or your budget. And this is not an experience, it is not a thought experiment. This is a reality. All of us sitting in this room will experience a journey like this within this year. So we are, and this is not only us. We are working, we are moving towards a customized journey for every single internet user in the country who will interact and have their user flows in their preferred language, in their preferred time zones, and in their preferred, and will be exposed to products that they can easily afford. So in a nutshell, to summarize, what should we ready for? What does the future look like? It is going to, quick commerce is really becoming a reality and norm, and will keep on penetrating beyond metros. D2C, what Pradeep said, it is not about the new customers, it's also about the new sellers. So this whole explosion will see more and more B2B partners coming on board. So the seller ecosystem will also expand. Conversational commerce is the way people would like to talk and buy. The shopping experiences will be immersive, where from a kitchen hob to makeup, it's already we are trying and buying on an image how it looks. It'll go beyond more products, beyond to more products. Influencers have already, have taken a large share of media spends. Their contribution to overall orders for every e-commerce will keep increasing, and they will become a standard line item in every media plan. And new customers and new sellers will come from both rural and semi-urban areas. So let's take a quick glimpse of what to expect, and with this we can close. This music. Thank you,
Thank you so
everyone.
much. You guys have a great day ahead.
Good evening.
Thank you so much, Deepthi. Thank you so much, Pradeep. Ladies and gentlemen, that was quite an enriching session. Please be on stage as I call Ms. Madhu Datta, Head of Marketing, Communication and Content, Raymond Lifestyle, to please come up on stage and felicitate our esteemed guest on the stage. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much. And now it's time to say goodbye. But before we wrap up, to conclude this evening's proceedings and to deliver the vote of thanks, may I call upon Ms. Lara Balsara Wajifdar, Executive Director, Madison World. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Lara.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here with us today and spending 5 hours of your precious time. I'll try to sum up this evening in a few minutes, so please bear with me. We are in the era of moderate growth, growing by just 9% in 2024. But we are optimistic about the future, especially with the recent union budget's boost of 80,000 to 1 lakh crore for consumption. And we estimate 11% growth for 2025 in ADEX. Ashish Fairwani of Ernst & Young further confirmed our belief that India is on the right track to achieve this growth. But he did caution on the risk of low unemployment rates and reduced spending by government agencies and the threat of global wars. Harit Nagpal, our chief guest, is quite confident about the TV medium, since the main consuming middle class is centered firmly on TV, and he does believe that free content on digital is not sustainable. In the session on free TV versus paid TV, what came out was that the content and production is key, and the consumer will always go where the content is good. There's enough and more room for everyone to grow, so definitely it's not one versus the other. With 90 million CTV users in India, as per Google, connected TV is definitely here to stay as we move from a precision to a predictive era to serve ads in real time. CTV offers a more efficient and a measurable way to do our media planning. Viewability is at the heart of everything and can happen when publishers, platform, and advertisers come together. The session with Meenakshi called out for the need for transparency, ethics, and integrity across all stakeholders, agencies, advertisers, and media agencies. And I guess media agencies do have to have the guts to say no more often. The 2 sessions on AI drove the point that we can't afford to be afraid of AI and need to experiment and use it ourselves a lot more. At the same time, principles of marketing will not change just because of AI. AI can help improve efficiency of media plans, especially in digital. You can start with outcomes, targeting multiple TGs, and optimizing different elements simultaneously at scale does become easier with AI. Cost of production will go down and pricing will get more dynamic. I think AI is all about scale and speed. But the key to unlocking the power of AI is in giving the right prompt. So we've tried to curate this evening for you with interesting, relevant, and important topics that need discussion in our industry, and we hope you found this useful and inspiring. A big thank you to all our speakers who made fantastic, thought-provoking presentations. Thank you to Z and Times Network for coming on board as sponsors. And thank you to the rest of the sponsors as well. And enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lara, for concluding this evening's proceedings. I would like you to be on the stage, please. It's time for your felicitation as well, as I invite Ms. Neeta Nair, editor, Impact Magazine, on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone for the last time to give a round of applause to our guests on the stage. This event wouldn't be a success without the help of our supporters, our partners. This event was powered by Z Entertainment, extraordinary together. At the end, I would like to request to play the presentation, a small audio-video presentation of Z Entertainment.
नया युग आ रहा है
Guys, this is a new assignment.
सिक्योरिटी गार्ड्स ने तुम्हें घेर लिया है कोई प्लान बी प्लान Z तक है हमारे पास